There are lives that end before their possibilities are exhausted, stories interrupted mid-sentence, leaving only questions about what might have been. John Fitzgerald Kennedy lived such a life. 46 years, 1,000 days as president, a bullet in Dallas that transformed history and memory, that created a wound in the American consciousness that has never fully healed. This is the story of a young man born into privilege and expectation, shaped by an ambitious father and a difficult childhood, sent to war and nearly killed, thrust into politics not entirely by choice, driven by ambition and duty in equal measure. It is the story of someone who struggled with chronic illness, who lived with constant pain, who projected vigor while battling physical limitations that would have ended most careers before they began. The narrative moves slowly, from a house in Massachusetts where a second son was born into one of America's wealthiest families, through schools where he was charming but unfocused, to the South Pacific where a PT boat was cut in half and a young lieutenant became a hero, through Congress and the Senate where he learned the craft of politics, to the presidency where 1,000 days would be remembered as Camelot, to Dallas where the story ended in violence and speculation and endless debate about what was lost. There is no hurry in this telling. The facts remain, patient as November light, waiting to be examined. If you find peace in this story, consider leaving a like on this video, subscribing to the channel, or sharing in the comments where in the world you are listening tonight. Now to the beginning. To a Boston suburb, and a child born into a family that would shape American politics for generations. A family where ambition was inherited, where public service was expected, where winning was the only acceptable outcome. Chapter 1. Brookline, 1917. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was born on May 29, 1917, in Brookline, Massachusetts, a comfortable suburb of Boston, where successful Irish Catholic families had begun establishing themselves among the older Protestant elite. He was born at home at 83 Beale Street, in a modest but respectable house, the second son of Joseph Patrick Kennedy and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy. The birth was unremarkable, the baby healthy, the family pleased to have another son to join young Joseph Jr., who'd been born 2 years earlier. The Kennedy family was ascending, moving upward through the social and economic strata of early 20th century Boston, through determination, ambition, and an unrelenting drive to succeed. John's paternal grandfather, Patrick Joseph Kennedy, had risen from the Irish immigrant community in East Boston to become a successful saloon keeper, ward boss, and political operator, accumulating modest wealth and considerable influence. His maternal grandfather, John Francis Fitzgerald, known as Honey Fitz, had been a congressman and mayor of Boston, a glad-handing politician famous for his charm and his inability to resist singing Sweet Adeline at public gatherings. Joseph Kennedy, John's father, had inherited his father's business acumen and his father-in-law's political ambitions, but had grander visions than either. He had graduated from Harvard, already a significant achievement for an Irish Catholic in an era when Harvard was dominated by Protestant families who traced their lineage to the Mayflower. He had gone into banking, then into various business ventures, displaying a ruthless talent for making money and an equally ruthless willingness to operate in the grey areas of business ethics and legality. By the time John was born, Joseph was already wealthy, building a fortune through investments, stock market manipulation, and eventually through importing liquor during Prohibition, activities that made him rich, but also permanently controversial, subject to whispers about how exactly he had made his money. But Joseph was not interested in merely being rich. He wanted respectability, social acceptance, political power. He wanted his family to join the American establishment, to overcome the discrimination that Irish Catholics faced, to prove that Kennedys were as good as any Yankee Brahmin family. Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy, John's mother, was the eldest daughter of Honey Fitz. Educated in convent schools, cultured, disciplined, deeply religious, she had married Joseph Kennedy in October 1914, beginning a marriage that would be long-lasting but not always happy, producing 9 children but characterized by emotional distance, by Joseph's frequent infidelities, by Rose's retreat into religious devotion and rigid maternal management of her growing household. The house on Beale Street was small for a family that would eventually include 9 children, but it was a good neighbourhood, a step up from where the Kennedy and Fitzgerald families had started. The house had 3 bedrooms upstairs, a living room and dining room downstairs, a kitchen in back. It was cramped but respectable, suitable for a rising young family not yet rich enough for the grand estates that would come later. John, called Jack almost from birth, was a sickly child. He suffered from frequent illnesses, colds that lasted weeks, childhood diseases that hit him harder than they hit his siblings. He was thin, smaller than his older brother Joe, less robust, more prone to fevers and infections. His mother kept careful health records, noting illnesses, treatments, remedies tried. The pattern would continue throughout his life. Chronic health problems, mysterious ailments, constant medical attention, all masked by a public persona of youthful vigour and athletic competence. The family moved frequently during Jack's early childhood, each move representing Joseph's rising fortune. From Brookline to a larger house in Brookline, then to Riverdale in New York, then to Bronxville, then eventually to estates in Hyannisport on Cape Cod and in Palm Beach, Florida. The moves reflected Joseph's business success, but also his determination to escape Boston's social limitations, to raise his children in environments where their Catholic faith and Irish heritage would be less of a disadvantage. The Kennedy children, Joe Jr., Jack, Rosemary, Kathleen, Eunice, Patricia, Robert, Jean, and Edward, were raised in an atmosphere of competition and expectation. Joseph Sr. instilled in them the importance of winning, of being first, of never accepting defeat. At the dinner table, the children were encouraged to debate, to argue about current events, to defend positions, to demonstrate knowledge and verbal skill. Those who performed well received their father's approval. Those who didn't learned to try harder. Rose managed the household with rigid discipline and precise schedules. Meals were served at exact times. Punishments were administered consistently. Religious devotions were mandatory. She kept index cards recording each child's illnesses, vaccinations, dental work, report cards. She believed in self-discipline, self-improvement, in moulding her children into accomplished, presentable, successful adults who would reflect well on the family. But Rose was not emotionally warm. She did not provide comfort or affection freely. She believed that displays of emotion were signs of weakness, that children should be taught to control themselves, to endure discomfort without complaint. Jack, often sick, craving attention, received competent care but little emotional warmth. His mother's attention was administrative rather than nurturing. Joseph Sr., when present, was charismatic, forceful, demanding. He challenged his children, pushed them to excel, rewarded success and dismissed failure. But he was often absent, travelling for business, staying in New York or Hollywood or wherever his ventures took him. His absences were explained as necessary for providing the family's privileged life, for building the fortune that would fund their educations and launch their careers. The children accepted this, understood that their father's work was important, learned not to expect consistent presence or attention. Jack's relationship with his older brother Joe Jr. was complicated, characterized by both affection and rivalry. Joe was bigger, stronger, healthier, more outgoing. He was clearly their father's favorite, the son designated to fulfill Joseph Sr.'s political ambitions, groomed from childhood to eventually become the first Catholic president of the United States. Joe was a natural leader, confident, aggressive, willing to fight to establish dominance. Jack was more introspective, more prone to illness, more likely to use humour and charm rather than physical force. The brothers competed constantly in sports, in academics, in winning their father's approval. Joe usually won, reinforcing his position as the dominant sibling, the heir to the family's ambitions. Jack learned to survive in his older brother's shadow, to find his own space, to develop qualities that distinguished him without directly challenging Joe's supremacy. He became the charming one, the funny one, the one who could make people like him without demanding that they respect or fear him. Summers were spent at Hyannisport, the compound on Cape Cod that became the Kennedy family's spiritual home. The children sailed, swam, played touch football on the lawn, the competitive games that would become legendary in Kennedy mythology. Joe Sr. encouraged physical competition, believed it built character, taught lessons about winning and losing. The games were intense, sometimes brutal, with injuries common and complaints discouraged. You played hard, you played to win, and if you got hurt, you didn't cry about it. Jack learned to sail at Hyannisport, developed a love for the sea that would remain throughout his life. Sailing was something he could do despite his physical limitations, something where smaller size and frequent illness were less disadvantageous. He became a skilled sailor, understanding wind and tide, able to read the sea, comfortable in the small boats that were his first command. The Kennedy children were being prepared for something, though what exactly was not yet clear. They were being given advantages, good schools, travel, cultural opportunities. They were being trained in competition, in debate, in presentation. They were being shaped by Joseph Sr.'s ambitions and Rose's discipline, by the expectation that they would do important things, that the Kennedy family was destined for greatness, that individual desires mattered less than family success. Jack was a child in this system, the second son, not quite as robust or as favoured as the first, but clearly intelligent, clearly capable, clearly being groomed for a significant life, even if no one yet knew what form that life would take. The house in Brookline was far behind. The family's wealth was secure, and Joseph Sr.'s dreams were taking shape. The children were being prepared for the roles they would play, for the ambitions they would fulfill, for the family destiny that Joseph Sr. was determined to achieve. Chapter 2. The Kennedy Children. The Kennedy family numbered 11 people by the early 1930s. Joseph and Rose and their 9 children, a small tribe bound by wealth, expectation, and the relentless pressure to succeed that Joseph Sr. imposed on his household. Each child developed in the shadow of these pressures, shaped by the family's particular mix of privilege, competition, and emotional restraint. Joseph Jr., born in 1895, was the golden child, the one designated to fulfill the family's political destiny. He was handsome, athletic, confident to the point of arrogance, a natural leader who assumed his superiority and expected others to acknowledge it. Joe Jr. was his father's favourite, the recipient of special attention and grooming, told from early childhood that he would someday be president. He absorbed this expectation, internalized it, built his identity around being first, being best, being the one who would achieve greatness. Jack, born 2 years after Joe, lived in his brother's shadow, but was not crushed by it. He was different from Joe, slighter, sicker, more ironic, more inclined to see the absurdity in situations rather than simply dominating them. Where Joe was serious and self-important, Jack was playful, could make people laugh, deflected tension with jokes and charm. He read voraciously, spending long periods in bed during illnesses reading adventure novels, histories, biographies, developing an interior life that compensated for physical limitations. The brothers were close but competitive. They fought often, physically when young, verbally as they aged. Joe usually won the physical contests, was stronger and more aggressive, but Jack held his own in arguments, could match Joe in debate, developed a quick wit that sometimes undermined Joe's authority more effectively than direct challenge. Their father encouraged the competition, believed it made both boys tougher, prepared them for the battles they would face in life. Rosemary, the eldest daughter, born in September 1918, was different from the other children in ways the family struggled to understand and ultimately tried to hide. She was developmentally disabled, slower than her siblings, unable to keep up academically or socially. In an era when disabilities were stigmatized and families often institutionalized such children, Rose and Joseph tried to keep Rosemary at home, tried to help her lead as normal a life as possible. But as she aged, her limitations became more obvious, more difficult to manage, more threatening to the family's carefully constructed image of perfection and success. Kathleen, called Kick, born in 1920, was vivacious, charming, popular, the most socially adept of the Kennedy daughters. She and Jack were especially close, shared a sense of humour, understood each other in ways that transcended the family's formal emotional dynamics. Kick was warm where Rose was cold, accepting where Joe Sr. was demanding, capable of real intimacy where most Kennedys maintained careful distance. She would later move to England, fall in love with a British aristocrat, create her own life separate from family expectations, and die young in a plane crash, devastating Jack in ways few other losses would. Eunice, born in 1921, was serious, intellectually inclined, deeply committed to social causes. She would later channel her concern for the disabled into creating the Special Olympics, transforming her sister Rosemary's tragedy into something positive, into an organization that would help millions. But in childhood, Eunice was intense, driven, trying to earn approval in a family where attention was scarce and where success required constant effort. Patricia, born in 1924, and Jean, born in 1928, were quieter, less forceful personalities, children who learned to navigate the family's dynamics without attracting as much attention, without generating as much drama. They would have successful, if less public lives, would marry well, raise families, participate in the family's political endeavours without occupying centre stage. Robert, born in 1925, was small, intense, deeply loyal to his older sibling, especially to Jack. Bobby, as he was called, was more emotional than his brothers, less able to mask feelings, more prone to identifying enemies and seeking revenge. He worshipped Joe Jr., and Jack tried to emulate them, struggled to find his place in a family hierarchy where he was far down the order. He would eventually become Jack's closest advisor, his attorney general, his enforcer, the one who would do the difficult things that Jack needed done but preferred not to do himself. Edward, called Teddy, born in 1932, was the baby, arriving when the older children were already teenagers, raised more by siblings than by parents. He was jovial, fun-loving, less driven than his brothers, though still subject to the same expectations, still required to compete and win and achieve. He would have the longest political career of any Kennedy, serving in the Senate for nearly half a century, but would never escape the shadow of his martyred brothers, would never be seen as their equal despite his own substantial achievements. The family moved in social circles that were increasingly elite. Joseph Sr.'s wealth had made him a significant figure. He'd been appointed by President Roosevelt to head the Securities and Exchange Commission in 1934, then served as ambassador to Great Britain from 1938 to 1941. 1940. These positions gave the Kennedys access to power, established Joseph Sr. as a significant political figure, began the family's transformation from wealthy Irish Catholics to American aristocracy. But wealth and position did not eliminate the family's internal dysfunctions. Joseph Sr.'s infidelities were well known within the family and increasingly discussed in broader circles. He maintained relationships with various women, most famously with actress Gloria Swanson, conducting affairs with little attempt at discretion, Rose dealt with these betrayals through denial and increased religious devotion, spending more time at church, taking pilgrimages to religious sites, creating emotional distance from a husband who humiliated her repeatedly. The children learned not to discuss their father's behavior, learned to maintain the public facade of a happy, successful family, while knowing that the reality was more complicated. They learned that appearance mattered more than truth, that the family's reputation had to be protected, that private behavior could diverge from public image as long as the public image was maintained. Jack, observing his parents' marriage, absorbed lessons about relationships that would shape his own behavior, that women were available for pleasure, that marriage was a public institution rather than an intimate partnership, that fidelity was optional, that charm and discretion could paper over almost any indiscretion. His later behavior as a husband, his own infidelities and emotional distance, replicated patterns he had witnessed in childhood. But the children were also given extraordinary opportunities. They travelled extensively, met significant figures, were exposed to art and culture and politics. They attended the best schools, had tutors and coaches, developed skills and knowledge that few Americans could access. They were being prepared for lives of significance, even if the emotional cost of that preparation was high. Family dinners remained competitive, demanding. Joseph Sr. asked questions, challenged answers, rewarded knowledge and punished ignorance. The children learned to prepare, to have opinions, to defend positions. Those who excelled won approval. Those who stumbled were dismissed. The process was Darwinian, designed to produce strong, capable, articulate children who could compete and win in the broader world. Jack thrived in this environment despite his physical limitations. He was bright, read widely, could argue effectively, understood politics intuitively. He was not as physically dominant as Joe Jr., but he was perhaps more intellectually agile, more capable of seeing multiple sides of questions, less rigid in his thinking. His father recognized Jack's abilities even while continuing to favor Joe as the designated heir, as the son who would fulfill the family's ultimate ambitions. The Kennedy children were being shaped for better and worse into the people they would become. They were privileged beyond measure, given every advantage, but they were also products of a family system that valued success over happiness, that demanded performance over authenticity, that prepared them for public life while leaving them emotionally stunted in private. The mix of privilege and pressure, of opportunity and obligation, would define all their lives, would determine their choices, would lead to extraordinary achievements and terrible tragedies. Chapter 3. Choate and Rebellion. In September 1931, Jack Kennedy, age 14, enrolled at Choate School in Wallingford, Connecticut, following his older brother Joe, who had entered 2 years earlier. Choate was one of America's elite preparatory schools, the kind of institution where wealthy families sent their sons to be transformed into gentlemen, to acquire the education and social polish necessary for admission to Ivy League universities and eventual leadership positions in business, law, or government. Jack's academic performance at Choate was mediocre. He was bright enough, scored well on intelligence tests, demonstrated capability when interested, but he was chronically disorganized, turned in assignments late, failed to apply himself consistently, seemed content to do just enough to get by. His report cards were littered with comments about unfulfilled potential and lax application. Teachers recognized his intelligence but were frustrated by his laziness, his apparent indifference to academic excellence. Part of the problem was health. Jack was sick frequently, missed classes, spent time in the infirmary suffering from various ailments: flu, infections, mysterious fevers, digestive problems. The pattern established in childhood continued, intensified. He was not robust enough for the demanding schedule that Choate expected. could not maintain the routine that would have produced better academic results. But health was not the only issue. Jack was also uninterested in conforming to Choate's expectations, in becoming the earnest, ambitious, well-rounded student that the school wanted to produce. He saw the pomposity in the institution, the pretensions, the gap between what Choate claimed to be and what it actually was. He mocked it subtly through a persona of amused detachment, of doing just enough to avoid serious trouble while making clear that he did not take the place entirely seriously. His brother Joe was the opposite, serious, hard-working, determined to excel, to be recognized as outstanding. Joe was president of his class, captain of the football team, a model Choate student. He was exactly what the school wanted, exactly what their father expected. Jack's lackadaisical performance was a disappointment in comparison, another reminder that he was not living up to the standard that Joe set. Jack formed a group called the Muckers Club with several friends, boys who shared his irreverent attitude toward Choate's rules and pretensions. The name was deliberately provocative. Mucker was school slang for someone who was common, who lacked breeding, who didn't fit into Choate's upper-class culture. The Muckers engaged in minor rebellions, broke rules, played pranks, refused to take school traditions seriously. They were not seriously delinquent, not criminal, just adolescent and resistant to authority. The headmaster, George Street, John, was not amused. He called Jack and the other muckers into his office, threatened them with expulsion, delivered a lecture about responsibility and behaviour. Joseph Sr. was summoned, came to the school, expressed anger and disappointment. Jack was warned that another serious infraction would end his time at Choate, that he needed to straighten up, to stop undermining his brother's reputation, to remember that his behaviour reflected on the family. The incident was typical of Jack's Choate years, not quite bad enough to get expelled, not good enough to earn praise, existing in a middle ground of marginal acceptability. He was charming enough to avoid severe punishment, connected enough that the school would not easily dismiss him, but also unwilling or unable to conform to expectations, to become the model student that Joe was and that his parents wanted him to be. His health problems worsened during his final years at Choate. He lost weight, suffered from fatigue, experienced abdominal pain. Doctors examined him, ran tests, could not identify a clear diagnosis. He was thin, pale, clearly unwell, but the cause remained mysterious. The pattern would continue throughout his life. Chronic illness, multiple specialists, treatments that provided temporary relief without addressing underlying problems, a body that never quite functioned properly, but that also never quite gave out. Completely. Despite his mediocre performance, Jack graduated from Choate in June 1935. His final grades were barely adequate, his class rank was 64th out of 110, his awards and honours non-existent. He had survived Choate without distinction, had not fulfilled his potential, had not impressed anyone except perhaps the few friends who appreciated his humour and his refusal to take the school's pretensions seriously. His yearbook entry was telling. Under his photograph, where most students listed clubs, teams, honours, Jack's entry was sparse. He had played on the junior varsity football team, had been on the swimming team, had been voted most likely to succeed, an honour that seemed ironic given his academic performance, but that reflected his classmates' sense that he possessed qualities, beyond what grades measured, that he might achieve something significant despite his apparent laziness. Joe Jr., graduating 2 years earlier, had been everything Jack was not. Successful, honoured, clearly destined for significant achievements. The comparison was obvious to everyone, was noted by teachers and administrators, was impossible for Jack to escape. He was the disappointing younger brother, the one who had coasted, who had not lived up to his family's standards, who would need to find some way to distinguish himself if he wanted to earn the recognition and approval that came naturally to Joe. After graduating, Jack spent the summer in London, ostensibly studying at the London School of Economics, where the famous socialist Harold Lasky taught. But Jack was sick again, spent most of the summer in hospitals, returned to America having learned little except that his health problems were not going to resolve themselves, that he would have to learn to function despite constant illness, that physical weakness would be a permanent condition of his life. In fall 1935, Jack enrolled at Princeton University, following his father and his brother, but his health collapsed almost immediately. He developed what may have been hepatitis, lost more weight, spent weeks in the infirmary, eventually withdrew from Princeton without completing a single semester. It was another failure, another instance of his body betraying his ambitions, another reminder that he was not as strong as Joe, not as capable of simply pushing through difficulties. He spent the spring and summer of 1936 recovering, regaining strength, trying to figure out what came next. His father was disappointed but not entirely surprised. Jack had been a problem since childhood, sickly, unfocused, not obviously destined for greatness. Joe Sr. still had hopes for Jack, still believed that a Kennedy son could accomplish significant things, but the primary investment remained in Joe Jr., the son who had demonstrated capability, the one who would carry the family's political ambitions forward. In fall 1936, Jack enrolled at Harvard, his father's alma mater, the school that 3 of his siblings would also attend. Harvard was a fresh start, a new environment where Jack's mediocre choate performance would not define him, where he could establish his own identity separate from Joe's shadow. He was 19 years old, still searching for direction, still uncertain what he wanted to do with his life, still struggling with health problems that limited his options. But he was at Harvard, positioned to become whatever it was that Kennedy's sons were supposed to become, waiting to discover what role he would play in the family drama that was unfolding. Chapter 4: London and War Clouds. Jack Kennedy's years at Harvard, from 1936 to 1940, coincided with the rise of fascism in Europe and the approach of another world war. He was a mediocre student during his first 2 years, more interested in social life than academics, joining clubs, attending parties, dating casually, living the privileged life of a wealthy undergraduate. He made the swimming team despite his health problems, though he was not particularly distinguished. He continued to be sick periodically, but learned to manage his illnesses better, to push through when possible, to maintain routines even when feeling unwell. His father's appointment as ambassador to Great Britain in December 1937 changed Jack's trajectory. Joseph Sr., having supported Roosevelt's election, and having contributed significantly to Democratic Party fundraising, received the ambassadorship as a political reward. It was the most prestigious diplomatic post, reflecting both Joseph's wealth and his political connections. The appointment made him the first Irish Catholic to serve as ambassador to the court of St. James's, a symbolic victory over the Anglo-Saxon Protestant establishment that had long excluded Irish Catholics from such positions. The Kennedy family moved to London in March 1938. Joseph Sr. and Rose took up residence in the ambassador's residence in Grosvenor Square. The younger children, Bobby, Jean and Teddy, moved to London. The older children, including Jack, remained in America for school but visited London during vacations and summers. The London posting thrust the Kennedys onto the international stage, made them celebrities, gave them access to British political and social elites. Jack spent the summer of 1938 in London, witnessing firsthand the diplomatic crisis over Czechoslovakia, attending parliamentary debates, observing his father's work, meeting politicians and journalists. The experience was educational, gave him insight into international relations, exposed him to high-level diplomacy and political manoeuvring, He saw how governments made decisions, how war could result from miscalculation and failed deterrence, how individual leaders shaped events that affected millions. Joseph Sr.'s ambassadorship was controversial from the start. He was sympathetic to British appeasement of Hitler, believed that war with Germany would be catastrophic for Britain and should be avoided at almost any cost. He admired aspects of fascism's efficiency, was anti-communist, saw Nazi Germany as a bulwark against Soviet expansion. His views were increasingly at odds with the Roosevelt administration, which was moving towards supporting Britain against Germany, and with American public opinion, which was growing more hostile to Nazi aggression. Jack observed his father's isolation, saw how Joseph Sr.'s views made him unpopular, how the ambassador's public statements caused problems with Washington and with British officials who wanted stronger American support. The experience taught Jack lessons about politics and public opinion, about how saying what you believed could be politically costly, about the importance of reading the mood of audiences and adjusting positions accordingly. In the summer and fall of 1939, as war approached, Jack travelled through Europe. He visited Germany, saw Nazi military power firsthand, witnessed the efficiency and discipline of Hitler's regime. He visited other countries, observed the tension and fear as Europe moved toward conflict. He took notes, wrote letters home, began to think seriously about international affairs, about the causes of war, about what American policy should be. When Germany invaded Poland in September 1939 and Britain declared war, Jack was still in Europe. He observed the beginning of the war, the mobilization, the transformation of societies from peace to war. He returned to Harvard in the fall, determined to focus his senior thesis on British foreign policy, on why Britain had been so poorly prepared for war, on what lessons could be drawn from the failure of appeasement. His senior thesis, completed in spring 1940, was titled Appeasement at Munich, the inevitable result of the slowness of conversion of the British democracy from a disarmament policy to a rearmament policy. The title was unwieldy. The prose was competent but not brilliant. The analysis was conventional. But the thesis demonstrated serious engagement with an important topic, showed that Jack had intellectual capabilities that his earlier academic performance had not revealed. The thesis argued that British appeasement of Hitler had resulted not from cowardice or moral failure, but from the difficulties democracies faced in preparing for war, from the British public's reluctance to support rearmament, from the constraints politicians faced in responding to threats. The argument was somewhat defensive of British policy, perhaps reflecting Jack's desire to defend his father's position, to suggest that those who had supported appeasement had reasonable grounds for their views. Jack graduated from Harvard in June 1940, not with highest honours, but with decent marks, having finally demonstrated academic seriousness in his final year. His thesis was good enough that his father encouraged him to expand it into a book, to publish it, to establish himself as a serious thinker about international affairs. Joseph Sr. enlisted help, hired researchers, found an editor, used his connections to secure a publisher, arrange for promotion and publicity. The book appeared in August 1940 under the title Why England Slept, echoing Winston Churchill's recent book, While England Slept. The title was catchier than the thesis title. The prose was improved by editing. The argument was sharpened. The book was a modest success, sold well, received respectful reviews, established Jack as someone with knowledge and insight about international affairs, not just another rich young man coasting on family wealth. But the book's success was also facilitated by Joseph Sr's connections and money, by the promotional campaign that his father's resources made possible, by favourable reviews that reflected Joe Sr's influence as much as the book's quality. Critics later pointed to Why England Slept as evidence of how the Kennedy family manufactured success, how they used wealth and connections to create opportunities and favourable outcomes, how Jack's achievements were less the result of individual merit than of family advantage. By the time the book appeared, Joseph Sr.'s ambassadorship was effectively over. His continued advocacy for appeasing Hitler, his defeatist statements about Britain's chances of surviving German attack, his suggestion that America should not support Britain's war effort, had made him a liability. Roosevelt recalled him in October 1940, effectively ending his diplomatic career. Joseph Sr. returned to America angry, disappointed, convinced that he had been treated unfairly, that his honest assessments had been rejected because they conflicted with Roosevelt's policies. Jack watched his father's fall from prominence, saw how quickly political capital could evaporate, how positions that seemed reasonable one moment could become untenable the next. The experience reinforced lessons about political survival, about the importance of reading situations correctly, about not being too far ahead or too far behind public opinion. By the end of 1940, Jack was 23 years old, a Harvard graduate, the author of a book about international affairs, unsure what to do next. The war in Europe was intensifying, America was rearming, the draft was being instituted. Joe Jr. was preparing to join the Navy, to serve in the war that now seemed likely to eventually involve the United States. Jack faced similar pressures, family expectation, personal inclination towards service, the sense that his generation would be called to fight. But his health remained problematic. He had back problems, stomach problems, general physical fragility. He was not obviously fit for military service, would have difficulty passing a physical examination. Yet military service was expected of Kennedy men, was part of proving oneself, was necessary for any future political career. Jack would have to find a way to serve despite his limitations, to demonstrate courage and commitment, to establish credentials that would be essential for whatever came after the war. Chapter 5: Harvard and Why England Slept. The transformation of Jack Kennedy from an indifferent student to a serious young man engaged with important questions happened gradually during his Harvard years, accelerating particularly in his final year, when the European crisis provided focus and urgency. For his first 2 years at Harvard, Jack's performance was unremarkable, his interests primarily social, his grades adequate but not impressive. He was living the privileged life of a wealthy undergraduate, clubs, parties, casual dating, athletic activities when his health permitted. But by his junior year, as his father's ambassadorship in London opened windows into international affairs, Jack began to engage more seriously with his studies, particularly with subjects related to politics and history. He took courses in government, in political philosophy, in European history. He read widely beyond the curriculum, developing the habit of consuming books and newspapers and magazines voraciously, absorbing information and perspectives, building a foundation of knowledge that would serve him throughout his political career. The junior year abroad program that Harvard offered appealed to Jack, but his health problems and his father's London posting provided an alternative path to international experience. He spent summers and vacations in London, worked briefly in his father's embassy, travelled through Europe observing the political situation, meeting people, learning about the forces driving Europe toward war. The experience was far more educational than classroom study could have been, gave him first-hand observation of the crisis, exposure to how diplomacy actually worked. In the fall of 1939, with war now underway in Europe, Jack returned to Harvard for his senior year, determined to write his thesis on British appeasement policy. The topic was personal. It involved his father's controversial positions, required Jack to grapple with questions about whether his father had been right or wrong, whether appeasement had been wise or foolish, whether democracies could prepare, effectively for war. The thesis research consumed his senior year. He read extensively: diplomatic histories, memoirs, government documents, newspaper archives. He interviewed people who'd been involved in British policy making, drew on his father's contacts to access sources that most undergraduates would not have reached. He wrote and rewrote, produced a substantial work that demonstrated serious research and analysis. The core argument of the thesis was that British appeasement of Hitler had been the result of democratic constraints rather than moral failure. British politicians in the 1930s faced a public that was deeply pacifist, that remembered World War I's horrors, that was unwilling to support military spending and rearmament. Politicians who tried to prepare Britain for war faced electoral defeat. The public mood constrained what leaders could do, made appeasement seem like the only politically viable option. The argument was somewhat defensive, could be read as justification for policies that had clearly failed, that had encouraged Hitler to believe that Britain would not fight, that had contributed to the war's outbreak. But Jack was not primarily defending appeasement. Rather, he was analysing why democracies found it difficult to respond effectively to threats, why authoritarian states had advantages in preparing for war, why foresight and preparation were politically costly in systems where leaders depended on popular support. The thesis received honours, was recognised as substantial work, impressed Jack's advisers who had not expected such seriousness from a student whose earlier performance had been mediocre. Arthur Holcomb, Jack's thesis adviser, encouraged publication, suggested that the analysis had relevance beyond academic interest, that with revision it could become a significant book about democracy and war. Joseph Sr. seized on the thesis as an opportunity to rehabilitate his own reputation and to establish Jack as a serious thinker. He hired a researcher to help expand the thesis, arranged for editorial assistants to improve the prose, contacted publishers using his connections to secure interest. He understood the value of being a published author, knew that a book would give Jack credentials, would establish him as someone with expertise and insight, would be useful for whatever career Jack ultimately pursued. The transformation of the thesis into Why England Slept required several months of work. The prose was tightened, made more accessible to general readers. The argument was sharpened, the defensive tone moderated. Historical examples were added, comparisons drawn to American preparedness efforts. The book that emerged was more polished than the thesis, more readable, more likely to appeal beyond academic audiences. Publication in August 1940 came at an opportune moment. The Battle of Britain was underway, with the RAF fighting the Luftwaffe for control of British skies, determining whether Britain would survive German assault. American attention was focused on the European war, on questions about preparedness and intervention, about whether America would be drawn into the conflict. A book analysing why democracies struggled to prepare for war was timely, relevant, spoke to concerns that many Americans shared. The book sold well, over 40,000 copies in America and England, substantial numbers for a first book by an unknown 23-year-old author. Reviews were generally positive, praised the analysis as thoughtful and well-researched, though some critics noted that the book's perspective seemed shaped by the author's desire to defend his father's positions. The book established Jack as someone worth paying attention to, someone who could write and analyse, someone with more depth than typical rich young men. But the success was partly manufactured. Joseph Sr.'s promotional efforts, his use of connections to generate favourable reviews, his purchase of thousands of copies to ensure bestseller status, all were forms of manipulation that would later be criticised as typical Kennedy family tactics, using wealth and connections to create the appearance of achievement independent of actual merit. Jack's book was competent, but whether it would have succeeded without his father's intervention was questionable. Still, Jack had accomplished something. He had written a book, had demonstrated intellectual capability, had established credentials that would be valuable later. He had proven to himself and to others that he could do serious work, that he was not just the sickly younger brother coasting on family wealth. The book gave him confidence, showed him a possible future beyond simply living off family money, suggested that he might have something to contribute beyond being Joseph Kennedy's son. By late 1940, with the book published and war intensifying in Europe, Jack faced decisions about his future. Graduate school was a possibility. Harvard offered admission to its business school. Law school was an option, the traditional path for someone planning a political career. But military service was becoming increasingly likely. The draft had been instituted, America was rearming, Roosevelt was inching toward intervention in the European war. Joe Jr. had already joined the Navy, was training as a pilot, preparing to serve. Jack's health made military service problematic. He had chronic back problems, had been rejected by the Army in the spring of 1940 for failing the physical examination, but his father's connections provided a path. The Navy was more flexible, willing to overlook some physical limitations, especially for well-connected applicants. Jack could serve, could prove himself, could establish the kind of credentials that political careers required. The service would be difficult given his health, would require him to endure pain and physical hardship, but it was necessary, expected, unavoidable. Jack would go to war, would serve, would find out what he was capable of enduring and achieving. The Harvard years were over. The real tests were beginning. Chapter 6. PT 109. Jack Kennedy entered the Navy in September 1941, commissioned as an ensign after completing officers' training. His entrance into service had required some manoeuvring. His back problems and general poor health should have disqualified him, but his father's connections, including friendships with senior Navy officials, smoothed the way. Jack was determined to serve, saw military service as both duty and political necessity, understood that any future in public life would require a military record, preferably one that included combat experience. He spent the first year of his service in various stateside postings, working in intelligence, attending training courses, waiting for an assignment that would take him to the war. The waiting was frustrating. Joe Jr. was already flying combat missions in Europe. Other Harvard classmates were seeing action. Jack was stuck in offices, pushing papers, dealing with the bureaucracy of military administration. He wanted to do something more significant, wanted to prove himself, wanted the kind of experience that would make a good story later. In December 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, bringing America fully into the war. The Navy needed personnel desperately, was expanding rapidly, was sending officers to both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters. Jack requested assignment to PT boats, small fast torpedo boats that operated in coastal waters, attacking larger vessels in night raids. PT boats were dangerous, suffered high casualty rates, required physical stamina and courage. They were exactly the kind of assignment that would prove Jack's worth, that would silence questions about whether he was fit for combat service. He was accepted into PT boat training, spent months learning to command the small wooden boats, to navigate at night, to fire torpedoes, to evade enemy ships and aircraft. The training was physically demanding, challenged his weak back and general fragility. But he completed it successfully, demonstrated capability, earned respect from instructors and fellow trainees. In March 1943, he shipped out to the South Pacific, assigned to PT Squadron 2 in the Solomon Islands. The Solomon Islands campaign was bitter fighting, a grinding effort to push Japanese forces out of strategically important islands, to control sea lanes and airfields, to move closer to Japan itself. The conditions were brutal. Heat, humidity, tropical diseases, Japanese air attacks, constant danger. PT boats operated from primitive bases, conducted night patrols, attacked Japanese supply convoys, evacuated wounded Marines, operated in hostile waters where superior Japanese naval forces could appear without warning. Jack took command of PT-109 in April 1943. The boat was a Elco 80-foot vessel, plywood hull powered by 3 Packard engines, armed with torpedoes and machine guns, crewed by 12 men. Jack was responsible for the boat and its crew, for completing assigned missions, for bringing his men back alive. The responsibility was real, consequential, not the simulated exercises of training but actual life and death decisions. For months, PT-109 conducted patrols, searched for Japanese vessels, fired torpedoes at targets that were often too far away or too fast to hit effectively. PT boats were not particularly effective weapons. Their torpedoes were unreliable. Their wooden hulls were vulnerable. Their small size limited their capabilities. But they were fast, could operate in shallow waters where larger ships could not go, could harass Japanese supply lines and complicate enemy operations. On the night of August 1st into August 2nd, 1943, PT-109 was patrolling near Kolombangara Island when disaster struck. A Japanese destroyer, the Amagiri, emerged from the darkness at high speed. The PT boat had minimal radar, relied on visual detection, could not see the destroyer until it was too close to evade. The Amagiri struck PT-109 amidships, cutting the plywood boat in half, killing 2 crewmen instantly, setting the gasoline tanks on fire, scattering survivors into the ocean. Jack was thrown across the deck by the impact, injured his already weak back, found himself in the water surrounded by burning gasoline. The forward section of PT-109 remained afloat, providing something to cling to. Jack gathered survivors, counted heads, realized that 2 men were missing, dead, killed by the collision or the fire. 11 men remained, some injured, all in shock, floating in hostile waters 40 miles from the nearest American base. The surviving portion of PT-109 stayed afloat through the night and the following day. Jack decided to swim for land, leading his crew toward a small island visible about 3 miles away. The swim was exhausting, took 5 hours, was accomplished while towing 1 badly burned crewman, Patrick McMahon, by gripping the straps of McMahon's life vest in his teeth and swimming on his back. Jack's injured back made the effort agonizing, but he did not stop, could not stop, had to get his men to safety. They reached the island, a tiny spit of sand and coconut palms. No fresh water, no food, no way to signal for rescue. They were marooned, isolated, deep in Japanese-controlled waters where enemy patrols could appear at any time. Jack decided they needed to try to reach a larger island where they might find fresh water and food, where they might be able to signal passing PT boats. Over the following days, Jack led his crew island hopping, swimming between small islands searching for help. He swam out into Ferguson Passage at night trying to signal PT boats on patrol, treading water for hours in the darkness hoping to attract attention. The effort was unsuccessful. No boats came, no one saw his signals. He returned to his crew exhausted, muscles cramping, back screaming with pain, but unwilling to give up. On the 4th day, they encountered 2 Solomon Islanders, native scouts working for Australian coast watchers. Jack carved a message onto a coconut shell. Noro Easel Commander. Native knows posit he can pilot 11 alive, need small boat Kennedy. The islanders took the coconut, paddled to the nearest coast watcher station, delivered Jack's message. Rescue was arranged. A PT boat picked up the survivors on August 8th, 6 days after the collision. The story of PT-109 became legendary. It was heroism, Jack's leadership, his physical courage in towing McMahon, his refusal to abandon his crew, his repeated attempts to signal for help despite exhaustion and injury. But it was also failure. PT-109 had been sunk, 2 men had died, Jack's command had been destroyed. The Navy needed heroes in 1943, needed positive stories to offset the grinding casualty lists. Jack's survival story, his rescue of his crew, provided material for the kind of narrative that lifted morale and demonstrated American courage and determination. John Hersey, a journalist and family friend, wrote an article about PT-109 for The New Yorker, published in June 1944. The article was dramatic, heroic, made Jack a celebrity, established him as a war hero. The story was later condensed and distributed widely through Reader's Digest, reaching millions. The narrative of PT-109 became central to Jack's identity, to how he was understood by the public, to his credentials as someone who had served honourably, who'd been tested in combat, who had proven courage and leadership under extreme circumstances. But Jack's war was over. His back injury was severe, required hospitalization, ultimately required surgery. He was sent back to the United States in December 1943, spent months in hospitals, received the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for heroism, was eventually medically discharged in March 1945. He had served less than 2 years in the combat zone, had commanded a PT boat for less than 6 months before it was sunk. But he had his story, had his medal, had established credentials that would prove invaluable in the years ahead. Chapter 7. The Hero Returns. Jack Kennedy returned to the United States in January 1944, his war service over, his body damaged but his reputation established. The PT-109 story had been published, had made him a recognized war hero, had given him a narrative of courage and leadership that would define him for the rest of his life. But he was also in considerable pain, his back injury requiring extensive treatment, his overall health worse than before the war, his future uncertain. He spent months in hospitals, undergoing treatment for his back, for stomach problems, for the various ailments that had plagued him since childhood and that had been exacerbated by combat service. Doctors performed surgery on his back, a disc operation that provided some relief but did not eliminate the chronic pain that would be his constant companion. He was prescribed various medications, learned to manage pain through a combination of drugs and physical therapy and sheer will, developed the stoicism that would allow him to function despite constant discomfort. During his convalescence, Jack grappled with the question of what to do next. Before the war, his path had been unclear. Perhaps journalism, perhaps business, perhaps academia, perhaps nothing much at all beyond living off family wealth. But the war had changed things, had given him experiences and credentials, had suggested possibilities that had not existed before. His father had always intended that Joe Jr. would enter politics, would fulfill the family's political ambitions. Jack was the spare, the backup, not groomed for political leadership but available if needed. Then, in August 1944, tragedy struck. Joe Jr., flying combat missions over Europe in the Navy's aviation branch, volunteered for a dangerous mission, piloting a bomber loaded with explosives to be guided by remote control, and crashed into German V-2 rocket sites. The mission was experimental, risky, not well developed technically. Joe Jr. was supposed to bail out after getting the plane airborne, allowing other aircraft to control it remotely for the final approach. But the plane exploded prematurely, while Joe Jr. was still aboard, killing him instantly. Joe Jr., the golden child, the heir to the family's political destiny, was gone at age 29. The family was devastated. Joseph Sr. had invested everything in Joe Jr., had built his hopes and plans around his eldest son's future presidency. Rose mourned with the intense grief of a mother who had lost her firstborn, her favourite. The other siblings felt the loss deeply. Joe Jr. had been the leader, the dominant personality, the one who had set standards and expectations. His absence left a void, created uncertainty about what would happen to the family's ambitions. Jack grieved privately, as he did most things. He and Joe had been rivals, had competed constantly, had not always been close, but Joe had been his brother, had been present throughout Jack's life, had been the standard against which Jack measured himself. Joe's death was shocking, made the war suddenly more personal, more real, more final. It also changed Jack's position in the family, made him the eldest surviving son, shifted expectations and responsibilities. Joseph Sr., after his initial grief, turned to Jack. The family's political ambitions would not die with Joe Jr. They would be transferred to Jack, redirected, refocused. Jack would enter politics, would run for office, would pursue the career that Joe Jr. had been preparing for. The decision was not really a decision. It was an expectation, a requirement, a family obligation that Jack could not refuse. He had survived the war. Joe Jr. had not. Therefore Jack would carry forward the family's work. Jack was ambivalent. He had not planned a political career, did not have Joe's natural confidence and aggression, was more reflective and ironic, less suited temperamentally to the demands of campaigning and glad-handing and constant public performance. But he also understood that he had no real alternative, that family expectations were not optional, that refusing would mean betraying his father and his brother's memory, and perhaps politics would be interesting, challenging, worthwhile, a way to do something significant, to use his war record and his family's resources to achieve something beyond mere personal comfort. In the spring of 1945, with the war in Europe ending and the Pacific War moving toward conclusion, Jack took a job as a journalist, covering the founding conference of the United Nations in San Francisco for the Hearst newspaper chain. The job was arranged through his father's connections, was not competitive appointment, but rather a courtesy position for the son of Joseph Kennedy, but gave Jack experience, exposed him to international diplomacy, allowed him to observe the creation of the post-war international order. He covered the conference competently, wrote articles that demonstrated understanding of the complex negotiations, the conflicting interests, the hope and cynicism that characterized the UN's founding. He was skeptical about whether the organization would be effective, doubted that it could prevent future wars, saw the limits of idealism when confronted with power politics. His articles reflected this skepticism, were realistic rather than enthusiastic, showed a mind that understood how the world actually worked rather than how people wished it would work. After covering the UN conference, Jack travelled to Europe, witnessed the war's end, toured devastated Germany, saw the concentration camps, observed the shattered societies that would need to be rebuilt. The experience was sobering, made clear the magnitude of what the war had destroyed, the challenges that peace would bring. He met with journalists and diplomats, attended the Potsdam Conference as a journalist, continued building knowledge and contacts that would be useful in the career he was preparing to begin. By late 1945, Jack was back in Boston, preparing to enter politics. His father had decided that Jack should run for Congress in 1946, should seek a seat representing Massachusetts' 11th Congressional District, which included East Boston, Charlestown, and the North End, Irish and Italian, working-class neighborhoods where the Kennedy name still had resonance, where Joseph Sr.'s roots and Jack's war record could be leveraged into electoral support. The decision to run was Jack's introduction to political reality. Politics required organization, money, tireless campaigning, willingness to shake endless hands and give endless speeches and ask for support, and deal with people whose concerns seemed petty or whose demands seemed unreasonable. It required energy that Jack's damaged body struggled to provide, stamina that his chronic illnesses made difficult to sustain. but it also offered excitement, challenge, purpose, the possibility of making a difference. Jack was 28 years old, a decorated war hero, author of a published book, son of a wealthy and well-connected father, uncertain whether he wanted to be a politician but committed to trying, to finding out whether he could win, whether he could succeed in this new arena where performance and perception mattered more than substance or truth. The campaign would teach him what politics was, what it required, what it cost, and if he won, he would begin a career that would ultimately take him to the presidency, to power and fame and tragedy, to a place in history that no one in 1945 could have predicted. Chapter 8. Death of a Brother. The death of Joe Kennedy Jr. on August 12, 1944 did more than take a beloved son and brother from the Kennedy family. It fundamentally restructured the family's dynamics, its expectations, its plans for the future. Joe Jr. had been groomed since childhood to be the family's political standard-bearer, to achieve the presidency that Joseph Sr. had wanted for himself but could never attain. Everything had been oriented around Joe, his education, his opportunities, the resources devoted to his development. Joe Jr. had embraced this destiny. He had been confident, aggressive, certain of his superiority and his future greatness. He had attended Harvard, had distinguished himself academically and socially, had been popular and successful, had joined the Navy and become a pilot, had volunteered for combat duty in Europe. He had been doing everything right, following the script, preparing for the political career that would begin after the war. His father's plans were working. Joe Jr. would return from the war a hero, would run for Congress, would climb the ladder toward the presidency. The mission that killed him was called Operation Aphrodite, an experimental program that used war-weary bombers loaded with explosives as flying bombs. The planes were piloted into the air, set on course toward German targets. Then the pilots would bail out and the planes would be guided to their targets by remote control from accompanying aircraft. The technology was primitive, the success rate low, the whole program questionable. But the V-2 rockets that Germany was launching at England were causing significant damage and fear, and Allied commanders were desperate to find ways to destroy the launch sites. Joe Jr. volunteered for the mission despite knowing its danger, despite being urged by friends to decline, despite having already completed his required number of combat missions and being eligible to return home. He wanted glory, wanted to do something dramatic, wanted to prove his courage and commitment. He and his co-pilot took off on August 12, 1944. Their bomber loaded with 21,000 pounds of Torpex explosives. They were supposed to fly to altitude, arm the explosives, then bail out and let the remote control aircraft guide the plane to its target. But something went wrong. The plane exploded in midair while Joe Jr. was still aboard, while he was still trying to complete his checklist before bailing out. The explosion was massive, visible for miles, leaving nothing but debris falling into the English countryside. There was no possibility of survival, no body to recover, just the certainty that Joe Jr. was gone, vaporized in an instant, killed by a mission that should never have been attempted, that used inadequate technology for questionable military benefit. The news reached the Kennedy family through official channels, a telegram, a notification of death in the line of duty, the standard language that conveyed terrible loss in bureaucratic prose. Joseph Sr. received the news at Hyannisport, had to tell Rose, had to inform the other children. The grief was profound, made worse by the senselessness of the death, by the fact that Joe Jr. had volunteered for unnecessary danger, that he had died in an experimental mission that accomplished nothing. Rose retreated into prayer, spent hours at church, tried to find meaning in the loss through religious faith. Joseph Sr. was devastated, lost the son he had invested in most heavily, saw decades of planning and hope destroyed in a moment. He withdrew, became depressed, struggled to imagine a future without Joe Jr., without the political dynasty he had been building. The younger children were confused, frightened by their parents' grief, uncertain what the loss meant for the family. Jack was still hospitalized when he learned of Joe's death. His reaction was complex, genuine grief mixed with complicated emotions about his relationship with his brother, about the rivalry that had defined their dynamic, about what Joe's death meant for his own future. He had spent his life in Joe's shadow, had been the second son, the spare, the one who was not quite as strong or as capable or as favoured. Now Joe was gone, and Jack was the eldest surviving son. He flew home for the memorial service, joined the family at Hyannisport, participated in the rituals of mourning. But there was no grave, no burial, no body to lay to rest, just a memorial service, prayers for the dead, memories of someone who had been vital and confident and seemingly destined for greatness. The absence of physical remains made the loss feel incomplete, unresolved, impossible to fully accept. Kathleen, called Kick, was also devastated. She and Joe Jr. had been particularly close, had shared a sense of humour, had understood each other in ways that transcended the family's typical emotional restraint. Kick was in England, having married Billy Cavendish, the Marquess of Hartington, an English aristocrat and Protestant, a marriage that had scandalised the family, that had caused rifts with her mother who could not accept her daughter marrying outside the Catholic Church. Joe Jr. had supported Kick's choice, had been one of the few family members to attend her wedding. His death left her more isolated, more distant from a family that had already been pulling away. The family's grief was private, contained, expressed through action rather than emotion. Joseph Sr. established a foundation in Joe Jr.'s memory, donated money to build facilities at hospitals and churches, created scholarships, tried to ensure that Joe's name would be remembered. He collected Joe's letters and diary entries, published them in a memorial volume titled As We Remember Joe, distributed to family and friends. The book was hagiographic, presented Joe as heroic and virtuous, omitted anything that would complicate the portrait of a perfect son and brother. But privately, Joseph Sr. was transferring his ambitions to Jack. The political dynasty would not die with Joe Jr. Jack would carry it forward, would run for office, would pursue the goals that Joe would have pursued. Jack had no choice. Family expectations were non-negotiable. Loyalty to his dead brother required accepting the burden that Joe had been prepared to carry. The decision was made for him by his father, by family obligation, by the fact that he had survived when Joe had not. Jack accepted the responsibility without enthusiasm, but also without real resistance. He was not eager for a political career, did not have Joe's natural taste for public performance and competition, but he had been shaped by his family, understood that individual desires mattered less than family goals, recognized that he owed something to his brother's memory. If Joe had lived, Jack might have found a different path, journalism perhaps, or teaching, or simply living comfortably on family wealth. But Joe was dead, and Jack was now the heir, the one who would fulfill the family's destiny. The shadow of Joe Jr. would hang over Jack's political career, would be invoked constantly, would be part of how Jack understood his own obligations and achievements. He was doing what Joe should have done, occupying a position that should have been Joe's, living a life that was not originally meant for him. The burden was real, the sense of obligation profound, the awareness that he was following a script written for someone else inescapable. But Jack also brought qualities that Joe had lacked: self-awareness, humour, empathy, intellectual sophistication. Where Joe had been aggressive and certain, Jack was reflective and questioning. Where Joe had been rigid, Jack was flexible. Where Joe had demanded respect, Jack invited affection. The political career that Jack would build would be different from what Joe's would have been, would succeed in ways that Joe might not have, would ultimately reach heights that Joe never could have achieved. But in 1944, none of that was apparent. There was only grief, obligation, and the beginning of a journey that Jack had not chosen but could not refuse. Chapter 9. Congressional Apprentice. In January 1946, Jack Kennedy announced his candidacy for the United States Congress, seeking to represent Massachusetts' 11th Congressional District. He was 28 years old, a decorated war veteran, relatively unknown outside his family's connections, uncertain whether he had the temperament and skills for politics, but committed to trying. The district was working class, heavily Irish and Italian, the kind of place where the Kennedy name still resonated, where Joseph Sr.'s roots in Boston politics could be leveraged, where Jack's war record would be respected. The campaign was Jack's introduction to political reality. Politics, he discovered, required constant performance, shaking hands, giving speeches, attending gatherings, listening to constituent concerns, projecting confidence and competence even when exhausted or in pain. It required energy that his damaged body struggled to provide. His back injury caused constant pain, required pain medication that sometimes left him groggy, made standing for long periods difficult, but he learned to push through, to project vigour even when suffering, to hide physical limitations behind a facade of youthful energy. Joseph Sr. provided resources, money, organisation, connections, publicity. He hired experienced political operatives to run the campaign, bought advertisements, arranged favourable press coverage, used family wealth to create advantages that other candidates could not match. The campaign was professional, well-funded, overwhelming in its intensity. Jack's opponents, local politicians with their own constituencies and reputations, found themselves outmatched, unable to compete with the Kennedy family's resources and determination. But resources alone would not have been sufficient. Jack also had to perform, to win over voters personally, to demonstrate that he was not just another wealthy young man seeking office for ego or ambition. He attended rallies, spoke at union halls, walked precincts, sat in living rooms listening to elderly Italian women explain their concerns. He was awkward at first, uncomfortable with the required intimacy, uncertain how to connect with people whose lives were so different from his own privileged experience. But he learned. He discovered that his war record resonated, that PT-19 gave him credibility, that voters respected his service and his heroism. He learned to tell the story effectively, to use it to establish connection, to demonstrate that he understood sacrifice and danger. He learned to listen, to let people talk, to show interest in their concerns rather than simply lecturing about his own ideas. He learned that humour helped, that self-deprecation disarmed skepticism, that being charming and modest was more effective than being serious and pompous. His family campaigned for him. Rose held tea parties for women voters. His sisters attended rallies. His grandfather, Honey Fitz, old but still energetic, sang Sweet Adeline at campaign events, reminding old-timers of the Kennedy family's political heritage. The campaign was a family affair, drawing on relationships and memories that went back decades, connecting Jack to Boston's political history, presenting him as someone who understood the district because his family came from there, because he was one of them despite his wealth and education. The primary election in June 1946 was the real contest. The district was heavily Democratic, and winning the primary effectively guaranteed victory in November. Jack faced 9 opponents, all of them more experienced, several with established political bases. But none could match the Kennedy campaign's intensity, its resources, its organization. Jack won the primary decisively, receiving more votes than his 9 opponents combined. The general election in November was a formality. Jack won overwhelmingly, beginning his political career as a member of the 81st Congress. He arrived in Washington in January 1947, one of the youngest members of Congress, part of a new generation shaped by the war, replacing older members who had dominated Congress for decades. He rented an apartment in Georgetown, established a small office with a modest staff, began learning the rhythms and requirements of congressional service. His father's connections helped. He was not entirely unknown, was already identified as someone worth paying attention to, someone with resources and ambition who might go far. But congressional service itself was tedious, frustrating, less exciting than campaigning. Congress in the late 1940s was dominated by conservative senior members, by committee chairmen who controlled legislation, by a seniority system that gave power to those who had served longest rather than to those who were most capable or most energetic. Freshman members were expected to defer, to learn, to serve apprenticeships before being taken seriously. Jack was impatient with this system, found it absurd that competence and ideas mattered less than years of service. His legislative record was undistinguished. He introduced bills, attended committee meetings, voted with his party most of the time, but accomplished little of significance. He was interested in foreign policy, used his position to travel, to meet with leaders, to learn about international issues. But foreign policy was not where Congress focused its energy in the late 40s. Domestic issues, labor relations, housing, veterans' benefits dominated, and Jack found these topics less engaging. He was also distracted by health problems. His back continued to cause pain, required medication, occasionally forced him to miss votes or to leave Washington for treatment. He developed other ailments, digestive problems, Addison's disease, an adrenal insufficiency that required hormone replacement, various infections. He was hospitalized multiple times, spent weeks away from Washington, developed a reputation for absenteeism. Critics suggested he was not serious about his work, that he was using Congress as a stepping stone rather than taking the job seriously. The criticism was partly fair. Jack was not passionate about being a congressman, did not see it as a career, but rather as a stage in a larger trajectory. He was already thinking about higher office, the Senate, eventually the presidency. Congressional service was necessary preparation, was building credentials and name recognition, but it was not the goal. He served competently but without distinction, did enough to avoid embarrassment but did not become a significant voice or a legislative leader. His personal life was also unsettled. He dated casually, had relationships with various women, but nothing serious, nothing that suggested he was ready for marriage or domestic life. He lived as a bachelor, socialized with other young politicians and journalists, maintained friendships from Harvard and the Navy, kept his private life carefully separated from his public role. Rumors circulated about his health, about his affairs, about family money funding his career, but nothing became a serious problem. Nothing threatened his political future. By 1950, after 2 terms in Congress, Jack was restless, ready for the next step. The Senate seat held by Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. would be up for election in 1952. Lodge was formidable, experienced, popular, from an old Massachusetts family that had been in politics for generations. Running against Lodge was risky, would require a major campaign effort, would test whether Jack had what it took to win statewide rather than just in a single district. But risk was acceptable, even necessary. Joe Jr. would have taken the risk. Jack would too. The congressional years had been preparation, apprenticeship, learning. Jack had learned how Washington worked, had made contacts, had built name recognition beyond Boston. He had learned to campaign, to speak publicly, to manage physical limitations while projecting vigour. He had learned that politics was performance as much as substance, that perception mattered more than reality, that winning required resources, organisation, and relentless effort. He was ready for the Senate race, ready to compete at a higher level, ready to find out whether he could win the kind of contest that would establish him as a serious national political figure. Chapter 10. The Senate and Jacqueline. The decision to challenge Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. for his Senate seat in 1952 was audacious. Lodge was a fixture in Massachusetts politics, came from a family as prominent as the Kennedys, was well-funded, well-connected, popular even among Democrats. He had served in the Senate since 1937 with a break for World War II service, was a moderate Republican who could win Democratic votes, was generally regarded as unbeatable. Political professionals advised against challenging him, suggested that Jack wait for an easier opportunity, but waiting was not acceptable to Joseph Sr., who wanted Jack to move quickly, to build momentum, to establish himself as a major political figure while still young enough to capitalize on his war hero image. The campaign began in earnest in 1951, more than a year before the election. Jack crisscrossed Massachusetts, visited small towns, attended local events, built organization precinct by precinct. His family campaigned relentlessly. Rose held tea parties where women could meet the Kennedys socially. Sisters organized events. Bobby, now a young lawyer, took leave to manage the campaign. The operation was professional, well-funded, tireless. Joseph Sr., working behind the scenes, provided money and connections, arranged endorsements, neutralized opposition, used his media contacts to ensure favorable coverage. Lodge, confident of victory, campaigned less intensively. He focused on national politics, supported Dwight Eisenhower's presidential campaign, assumed that his reputation and record would be sufficient to defeat a young congressman whose only real qualification was his family's wealth. The assumption was reasonable but wrong. The Kennedy campaign was building something Lodge did not recognize until too late. A grassroots organization that reached into every corner of the state, that mobilized volunteers, that identified supporters and ensured they voted. Jack's health remained precarious throughout the campaign. His back problems worsened, the pain becoming more severe, requiring stronger medication. He developed a serious infection in the summer of 1952, required hospitalization, lost weight, appeared gaunt and unwell. But he continued campaigning, refused to acknowledge weakness, projected energy and youth even when suffering. The contrast with the older Lodge worked in Jack's favor. Jack represented change, the future, a new generation, while Lodge seemed a remnant of the past. In November 1952, Eisenhower won the presidential election in a Republican landslide, carrying Massachusetts decisively. But Jack Kennedy defeated Lodge by 70,000 votes, winning despite the Republican tide, bucking the national trend through superior organization and relentless campaigning. The victory was stunning. Established Jack as a rising star in national politics, demonstrated that he could win difficult races, that he was a talented politician, not just a rich young man with family connections. The victory also required Jack to become Senator Kennedy, to move to a larger stage, to operate in an institution where his youth and limited experience would be less forgiven than in the House. The Senate in the 1950s was dominated by powerful senior members: Lyndon Johnson, Richard Russell, Robert Taft, men who had served for decades, who controlled committees, who expected deference from junior members. Jack would have to navigate this environment carefully, would have to establish himself without triggering the resentment that ambitious young senators often provoked. But first, in September 1953, Jack married. Jacqueline Bouvier was 24 years old, 12 years Jack's junior, from a wealthy but troubled family, educated at Vassar and the Sorbonne, working as a photographer for the Washington Times-Herald. She was beautiful, sophisticated, cultured, fluent in French, interested in art and literature, everything that a politician's wife was supposed to be, attractive, intelligent, socially skilled, capable of enhancing her husband's public image. They had met at a dinner party in May 1951, had dated intermittently while Jack campaigned, had become engaged in June 1953. The courtship was not passionate. Jack was emotionally distant, preoccupied with politics, not naturally inclined toward intimacy or romantic devotion. Jacqueline was drawn to Jack's charisma and potential, to the excitement of the Kennedy world, but also wary, aware that marrying Jack meant accepting a public life, accepting his absences and his focus on career over family, accepting that she would be a supporting player in his drama. The wedding on September 12, 1953 was a major social event in Newport, Rhode Island. 700 guests attended. The reception was elaborate, the press coverage extensive. Joseph Sr. ensured that the wedding received maximum publicity, understood that Jack's marriage would improve his political prospects, that an attractive wife would make him more appealing to voters, that the image of a young, handsome couple would be politically valuable. The marriage was difficult from the start. Jack was often absent, travelled constantly, maintained his bachelor habits, including casual affairs with other women. Jacqueline struggled with the demands of political life, with the constant public scrutiny, with the Kennedy family's competitive and emotionally cold dynamics. She was an outsider, never fully accepted by the Kennedy women, who resented her sophistication, her reserve, her unwillingness to participate enthusiastically in Kennedy family competitions and traditions. But publicly, the marriage worked. Jack and Jacqueline presented an image of the youthful glamour, of an attractive couple embodying a new generation's aspirations and style. Photographs of them together, sailing at Hyannis Port, attending Washington social events, relaxing at their Georgetown home, conveyed affluence, taste, vitality. The image was valuable politically, distinguished Jack from older politicians, suggested modernity and change. Jack's Senate service from 1953 to 1960 was more substantial than his congressional years, but still not particularly distinguished legislatively. He served on the Labor Committee, later on the Foreign Relations Committee, spoke occasionally on the Senate floor, travelled abroad frequently. He was identified with liberal positions on labor issues, with support for civil rights, though cautiously aware of Southern Democrats' power, with anti-communist foreign policy positions that were mainstream for the period. But his health continued to deteriorate. The back problems that had plagued him since the war became unbearable by 1954. Doctors recommended surgery, a risky operation to fuse vertebrae, to stabilize his spine, to reduce pain. But Jack Addison's disease complicated matters, made surgery dangerous, increased the risk of infection and complications. Doctors warned that he might die on the operating table, that the odds of successful recovery were perhaps 50-50 at best. Jack decided to proceed anyway. Living with the pain was intolerable, made it difficult to function, threatened his ability to continue his political career. He had the first operation in October 1954, nearly died from post-operative infection, received last rites from a Catholic priest, spent weeks fighting for survival. He eventually stabilized, recovered enough to leave the hospital, but required a second operation in February 1955 to address complications from the first. The second surgery was more successful, provided some relief, though it did not eliminate his pain or his need for medication. The long recovery kept Jack away from the Senate for most of 1954 and early 1955. He spent months in Florida recuperating, read extensively, worked with a researcher and speechwriter named Theodore Sorensen, who had joined his staff, began working on a book project that would become Profiles in Courage. The book was partly a way to use the recovery time productively, partly an effort to establish Jack as a serious author and thinker, partly a vehicle for exploring questions about political courage and moral leadership that interested Jack intellectually. The book, published in 1956, would win the Pulitzer Prize and would become central to Jack's public image, presenting him as someone who thought deeply about questions of principle and pragmatism, who valued moral courage, who understood the difficulties that politicians faced when choosing between conscience and political survival. But the book would also become controversial, with questions arising about how much Jack had actually written, how much had been written by Sorensen and others, whether Jack deserved credit for a work that was substantially ghost-written. By 1956, Jack Kennedy was a senator, a married man, a published author, a rising figure in national politics. He was 39 years old, had recovered from surgery though not from chronic illness, was being discussed as a potential candidate for national office. The question was no longer whether he would pursue higher office, but when and how, whether he would seek the vice presidency in 1956 or wait until 1960 to run for president. The decisions made over the next 4 years would determine his political future, would either establish him as a serious candidate for the presidency or end his career in failure and disappointment. Chapter 11. Profiles in Courage. The book that Jack Kennedy published in 1956, Profiles in Courage, was a study of 8 United States senators who defied public opinion and party pressure to vote according to their conscience, accepting political consequences including loss of office, public condemnation, and historical obscurity. The book examined figures like John Quincy Adams, Daniel Webster, Sam Houston, and others who had chosen principle over political expediency, who had taken unpopular positions on important issues, who had paid prices for their independence. The theme resonated with questions Jack had been thinking about for years. What did political courage mean? When should a politician follow conscience rather than public opinion? How did one balance representing constituents with exercising independent judgment? These were not abstract questions for Jack. He had faced them in Congress, would face them more acutely as his career progressed, would eventually have to make choices between what was right and what was politically safe. The book was begun during Jack's long convalescence from back surgery in 1954 and 55. Unable to participate in Senate business, bedridden for months, Jack had time to read and think, to work with Ted Sorensen, his speechwriter and researcher, on developing the project. Sorensen did extensive research, drafted chapters, worked with Jack on revisions. Other assistants contributed research and writing. Jack reviewed drafts, made changes, added material, shaped the final product. But how much Jack actually wrote versus how much was written by others became contentious. The book was published in January 1956 by Harper & Brothers, promoted heavily, sold well immediately. Reviews were positive, praised the writing as clear and engaging, the subject matter as important and timely, the analysis as thoughtful. The book became a bestseller, spent multiple weeks on bestseller lists, sold hundreds of thousands of copies. Jack's public image as a thoughtful statesman was enhanced, distinguished him from typical politicians, suggested intellectual depth and moral seriousness. In May 1957, Profiles in Courage won the Pulitzer Prize for Biography, one of the most prestigious literary awards in America. The Pulitzer selection was controversial within the awards committee. Some members questioned the book's quality, wondered whether it deserved the prize, suspected that Joseph Kennedy's connections and influence might have affected the selection. But the prize was awarded, was publicized widely, added significantly to Jack's reputation. The authorship question, however, would not disappear. Rumours circulated that Ted Sorensen had written most of the book, that Jack had contributed relatively little beyond his name and general guidance. Drew Pearson, a prominent journalist and gossip columnist, reported on his radio program in December 1957 that the book had been ghostwritten, that Jack had not actually written it, that the Pulitzer Prize had been awarded under false pretenses. Jack and his team responded aggressively. They threatened legal action, demanded retractions, provided evidence of Jack's involvement in the book's creation. Sorensen signed an affidavit stating that Jack was the book's author, that Sorensen had provided research and editorial assistance, but that the writing and ideas were Jack's. The defense was technically accurate but misleading. The book was a collaborative effort, with significant contributions from Sorensen and others, more than typical for books credited to single authors. The controversy eventually faded, partly because Jack's defenders were aggressive in suppressing it, partly because definitive proof of ghostwriting was difficult to establish, partly because the book's commercial success and Pulitzer Prize gave it legitimacy that was hard to challenge. But the episode revealed patterns that would characterize Jack's career. The use of talented assistants to compensate for his own limitations, the willingness to claim credit for collaborative work, the deployment of family resources and connections to create and protect reputation. The book itself, regardless of authorship questions, was genuinely thoughtful, engaged with important questions about political leadership, about the tensions between representing constituents and exercising independent judgment, about how to evaluate politicians who took unpopular positions. The senators profiled had all made choices that cost them politically, but that they believed were morally necessary. Some had been vindicated by history, others remained controversial, but all had demonstrated the kind of courage that Jack argued was essential to great leadership. The book's themes were relevant to Jack's own emerging political philosophy. He was not an ideologue, did not have rigid commitments to particular positions, was willing to adjust views based on circumstances and political necessity. But he also believed that politicians should have principles, should be willing to take unpopular positions when conscience required, should not simply pander to public opinion. The balance between pragmatism and principle was delicate, required judgment and political skill, separated great politicians from mere careerists. Profiles in Courage established Jack as more than just another politician. It suggested intellectual depth, moral seriousness, an interest in questions beyond immediate political advantage. The book was widely read, was assigned in schools, influenced how Americans thought about political leadership. It became part of Jack's mythology, evidence that he was a thinker as well as a politician, someone who read history and philosophy, who cared about ideas and ideals. But the book also served immediate political purposes. It raised Jack's national profile, made him better known outside Massachusetts, distinguished him from other young senators. It provided content for speeches, gave him material to discuss in interviews, established him as an authority on political courage and leadership. It was valuable preparation for seeking higher office, for positioning himself as a potential candidate for national office. By 1957, Jack was being discussed as a potential vice presidential candidate in 1960 or as a presidential candidate in 1964. The book enhanced those prospects, demonstrated capabilities that would be necessary for national campaigns. It showed that Jack could write, could articulate ideas, could engage with history and political philosophy, could present himself as someone thoughtful and principled rather than merely ambitious. The success of Profiles in Courage, both commercially and critically, was another step in Jack Kennedy's carefully constructed rise to national prominence. It was not the only step, was not sufficient by itself to make him a national figure, but it contributed. added to the accumulating advantages that family wealth and connections and personal talent were creating. The thin, sickly second son who had struggled at Choate and who had barely survived the war was becoming a senator, author, Pulitzer Prize winner, potential candidate for president. The transformation was impressive, was built on genuine ability and suffering and determination, but was also manufactured, the product of resources and planning and relentless family ambition. The question was whether the manufactured reputation could sustain the reality of presidential leadership, whether Jack Kennedy was truly as impressive as the image suggested, whether the man could live up to the mythology being created around him. Chapter 12. The Road to 1960. By 1956, Jack Kennedy was being mentioned as a potential candidate for national office, though opinions differed about timing. Some advisers suggested he seek the vice presidential nomination in 1956, running with Adlai Stevenson, the likely Democratic presidential nominee. Others argued that he should wait, should spend more time in the Senate building legislative credentials, should aim for the presidency in 1964 when he would be more experienced and established. Jack was impatient, did not want to wait 8 years, believed that momentum and opportunity should not be deferred. The 1956 Democratic Convention in Chicago provided Jack's first national exposure. Stevenson, after securing the presidential nomination, made the unusual decision to let the convention choose his running mate rather than selecting someone himself. The choice was thrown open to delegates, creating a mini-contest among several candidates including Jack Kennedy, Estes Kefauver, Hubert Humphrey, and others. Jack campaigned for the nomination, worked the delegates, gave speeches, demonstrated political skill and charm. He came close to winning, led on early ballots, but ultimately lost to Kefauver, who secured the necessary votes by appealing to Southern delegates. The loss was disappointing but not devastating. Jack had demonstrated that he could compete nationally, that he had support beyond Massachusetts, that he was a serious political figure worth watching. And losing the vice presidential nomination might have been fortunate. Stevenson lost decisively to Eisenhower in November, and being associated with that defeat might have damaged Jack's future prospects. The convention experience taught Jack important lessons. He learned how conventions worked, how delegates were won, how coalitions were built. He learned that his Catholicism was a liability. Many delegates, particularly from the South and West, were reluctant to support a Catholic candidate, feared that a Catholic on the ticket would cost votes. He learned that succeeding nationally would require addressing religious prejudice directly, convincing voters that his Catholicism would not affect his political decisions. After the convention, Jack focused on building support for a presidential run in 1960. The effort required systematic organization, travel, speeches, relationship building with political leaders across the country. He traveled constantly, spoke at Democratic Party events, visited key primary states, positioned himself as a fresh voice, a representative of a new generation, someone who could lead the party to victory after 8 years of Republican control. He also worked to improve his legislative record, to give himself substantive achievements to point to beyond just being young and attractive and famous. He focused on labor issues, on foreign policy, on areas where he could demonstrate expertise and leadership. He chaired a Senate subcommittee on Africa, became identified with supporting decolonization and African independence movements, positioned himself as someone who understood the changing dynamics of the post-war world, but personal life remained complicated. The marriage to Jacqueline was strained. Jack's infidelities were frequent if discreet, and they had not yet had children despite years of marriage. Jacqueline suffered a miscarriage in 1955, then in August 1956, while Jack was at the Democratic Convention, she gave birth to a stillborn daughter. Jack's response was inadequate. He was on vacation in Europe, sailing in the Mediterranean, was reluctant to return home immediately, had to be convinced by friends that his political future required showing concern for his wife. The episode revealed his emotional limitations, his inability to prioritize personal relationships over political considerations. In November 1957, Jacqueline gave birth to Caroline, their first surviving child. The birth was joyous, provided the Kennedys with the family image that was politically valuable, gave Jacqueline a focus beyond being a political wife. Jack was a proud father, but also a distant one, preoccupied with his growing presidential campaign, travelling constantly, leaving Jacqueline to manage childcare with minimal support. The campaign for the 1960 nomination began in earnest in 1959. Jack faced a crowded field: Lyndon Johnson, Hubert Humphrey, Stuart Symington, Adlai Stevenson. All had support. All believed they had a paths to the nomination. But Jack had advantages they lacked: youth, television appeal, family wealth, systematic organisation. Joseph Sr., working behind the scenes, provided unlimited financial resources, ensured that Jack's campaign was professionally managed, eliminated obstacles through money and connections. The primaries would be crucial. The Democratic nomination was not decided by primaries alone. Party leaders and convention delegates still had significant influence. But winning primaries would demonstrate electability, would show that Jack could attract votes from ordinary Democrats, would build momentum and make him difficult to deny. Jack decided to enter several key primaries, to test his appeal, to prove that he could win. The Wisconsin primary in April 1960 was the first major test, pitting Jack against Hubert Humphrey, the Liberal senator from neighbouring Minnesota. Humphrey had strong support from organised labour, from liberal activists, from voters who saw him as a champion of progressive causes. Jack was seen as more moderate, as wealthier and more establishment, as someone whose liberalism was less convincing than Humphrey's. But Jack's campaign overwhelmed Humphrey. The Kennedy organization flooded Wisconsin with volunteers, blanketed the state with advertising, brought in family members to campaign. Jack travelled to every corner of the state, shook thousands of hands, demonstrated energy and commitment. He won the primary decisively, demonstrating that he could compete in the Midwest, that his appeal extended beyond the East Coast, that voters would support him despite his Catholicism and his wealth. The West Virginia primary in May was more difficult. West Virginia was heavily Protestant, poor, culturally conservative, seemingly inhospitable territory for a wealthy Catholic from Massachusetts. Humphrey was expected to win, believed that West Virginia voters would reject Kennedy on religious grounds. But Jack made religion the central issue, confronted prejudice directly, argued that religious tests for office violated American principles, that his Catholicism was irrelevant to his qualifications for the presidency. The campaign was intense, sometimes brutal. Jack's organization spent heavily, used every advantage, overwhelmed Humphrey's more modest resources. Jack appeared in coal mining towns, in rural hollows, in every part of the state, making the personal connection that was his greatest political strength. He spoke about poverty, about federal programs to help struggling communities, about the future, about change and hope and new leadership. On May 10, 1960, Jack won the West Virginia primary by a substantial margin, shocking political observers, effectively ending Humphrey's campaign, demonstrating that a Catholic could win in Protestant areas, that religious prejudice could be overcome through direct engagement and superior organization. The victory positioned Jack as the front runner for the nomination, made him very difficult to stop, established momentum heading into the convention. The road to 1960 had required years of preparation, had required surviving illness and surgery, had required writing a book and winning elections and building a national organization. It had required family support, financial, organizational, emotional. It had required personal sacrifice. time away from family, constant physical discomfort, subordination of private life to public ambition. But by the summer of 1960, Jack Kennedy was positioned to achieve what his father had always dreamed of, what Joe Jr. had been groomed for, what no Catholic had ever achieved: nomination for President of the United States, with a realistic chance of winning the general election. The question was no longer whether Jack was ready for the presidency, but whether the country was ready for Jack Kennedy. Chapter 13. The Convention. The Democratic National Convention convened in Los Angeles on July 11, 1960, in the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena. The hall was packed with delegates, alternates, journalists, and spectators. The atmosphere electric with anticipation and uncertainty. Jack Kennedy arrived as the front-runner, having won the key primaries, having demonstrated his electoral appeal, having built the most sophisticated delegate operation in modern political history. But the nomination was not secure. He needed 1,539 votes to win on the first ballot, and several rivals hoped to deny him that majority to force a second ballot where anything could happen. Lyndon Johnson, the powerful Senate Majority Leader from Texas, had entered the race late, had not competed in primaries but had been working delegates behind the scenes, using his connections and his legislative record to position himself as the experienced leader who could unite the party. Johnson despised Kennedy, saw him as a lightweight, a privileged young man who had not earned his position, who relied on family money and good looks rather than on legislative achievement and political skill. Adlai Stevenson, the party's nominee in 1952 and 1956, had not formally entered the race but had support from liberals who admired his intelligence and his principles, who hoped that the convention might draft him if Kennedy failed on early ballots. Stuart Symington, a senator from Missouri, had some support from moderates, from those who saw him as a compromise candidate if the convention deadlocked. Jack's campaign had been preparing for the convention for months. His brother Bobby, now 34, had managed the primary campaign with ruthless efficiency, had built a delegate operation that knew exactly who supported Kennedy, who was uncommitted, who might switch votes if offered something. The Kennedy operation had hospitality suites, had volunteers tracking every delegate, had communication systems that allowed instant response to developments on the convention floor. The Kennedy family was present in force. Joseph Sr., watching from a rented house in Beverly Hills rather than appearing at the convention, where his controversial reputation might cause problems. Rose, attending events, charming delegates with her stories about raising 9 children and her pride in Jack's accomplishments. Sisters and brothers-in-law working delegates, attending caucuses, providing the Kennedy presence that had been so effective in campaigns. The first major task was the platform, the statement of party principles and policy positions. Jack's team wanted a platform that was liberal enough to satisfy progressives, but moderate enough not to alienate Southern Democrats or independent voters. The platform that emerged called for civil rights progress, economic growth, stronger defense, support for labor, expanded social programs, standard democratic positions that avoided the specific commitments that would make governing difficult. The civil rights plank was particularly sensitive. Liberal Democrats, especially African Americans and Northern progressives, wanted strong language committing the party to aggressive civil rights enforcement, to federal protection of voting rights, to desegregation of schools and public facilities. Southern Democrats threatened to bolt the convention if the platform included such language, warned that strong civil rights positions would cost the party the South in November. Jack needed both groups, could not afford to alienate either, had to find language that was strong enough to satisfy liberals without being so specific that it drove away Southerners. The platform that was adopted included civil rights language but stopped short of specific federal interventions, spoke in general terms about equality and justice, satisfied neither Liberals nor Southerners completely, but was acceptable to both as the price of party unity. Jack had learned to navigate these conflicts, to find formulations that papered over disagreements, to promise enough to everyone that no faction felt betrayed. The nominating speeches began on July 13th. Eugene McCarthy, a senator from Minnesota, placed Stevenson's name in nomination, delivering a stirring speech that praised Stevenson's intelligence and integrity, that called for the convention to draft him, that generated enormous enthusiasm from Stevenson supporters in the galleries. For a moment it seemed that Stevenson might be a serious threat, that emotional support might overcome Kennedy's delegate advantages. But Kennedy's organization held firm. The delegates who had been committed to Kennedy remained committed, resisted the emotional appeals, understood that Kennedy had earned the nomination through the primaries, that Stevenson had not competed and did not have the youth and energy to win in November. The roll call of states proceeded, each delegation announcing its votes, the tally mounting toward the necessary majority. Wyoming, voting late in the alphabetical order, put Kennedy over the top. He won on the first ballot with 1,520 votes, just short of the expected total but sufficient for nomination. The hall erupted in celebration, Kennedy supporters cheering, bands playing, balloons and confetti descending from the ceiling. Jack, watching from his suite, allowed himself brief satisfaction before turning to the next challenge, selecting a running mate. The choice of running mate was crucial and controversial. Liberal Democrats wanted someone who would strengthen the ticket's appeal to progressives, someone like Hubert Humphrey or Menon Williams. But Jack had other considerations. He needed to win the South, needed to unify the party, needed someone with legislative experience and national stature who could help govern. He decided to offer the vice presidency to Lyndon Johnson, his primary rival, the man who'd attacked him during the campaign, who had questioned whether someone so young and inexperienced was ready for the presidency. The offer shocked many Kennedy supporters. Bobby Kennedy, in particular, was opposed, thought Johnson was an enemy who could not be trusted, believed that offering him the vice presidency was unnecessarily generous to someone who had tried to deny Jack the nomination. But Jack understood politics, understood that Johnson's presence on the ticket would help in the South, would bring legislative expertise, would unify the party by bringing the Senate's most powerful Democrat into the campaign. Johnson accepted, surprising many who'd expected him to decline, who thought he would prefer to remain Senate Majority Leader rather than accept the ceremonial role of Vice President. But Johnson saw opportunities. The Vice Presidency would position him for his own presidential run later, would give him national exposure, would remove him from the increasingly liberal Senate, where his Southern identity was becoming a liability. The Kennedy-Johnson ticket was announced on July 14th, ratified by the convention, presented to the country as a fusion of youth and experience, of North and South, of new generation and established leadership. Jack's acceptance speech on July 15th was the convention's climax. He spoke to 80,000 people gathered in the Los Angeles Coliseum, his words broadcast nationally, his message carefully crafted to inspire and to define the campaign's themes. He spoke of a new frontier, of challenges facing America, of the need for leadership that would move the country forward, that would inspire sacrifice and service, that would restore American prestige and power in a dangerous world. "We stand today on the edge of a new frontier," Jack declared, "the frontier of the 1960s, a frontier of unknown opportunities and perils, a frontier of unfulfilled hopes and threats." The phrase resonated, captured the sense that America was entering a new era, that the Eisenhower years of placid prosperity were ending, that vigorous leadership was needed for the challenges ahead. The speech positioned Jack as a generational figure, as someone who represented change and energy, who would inspire Americans to greater efforts and higher purposes. It was aspirational rather than specific, painted a vision rather than detailing policies, sought to create emotional connection rather than to persuade through argument. It was Kennedy at his best. Handsome, eloquent, inspiring, offering hope without making promises that would be difficult to keep. The convention ended with Democrats united, enthusiastic, convinced that they had nominated a winner, that Kennedy would defeat Nixon in November, that Democratic control of government would be restored. The weeks ahead would test that confidence, would require a campaign more intense than any previous presidential race, would determine whether Jack Kennedy's carefully constructed rise to national prominence would culminate in the presidency or in a defeat and the end of his political career. Chapter 14. Nixon and the Debates. The general election campaign of 1960 pitted Jack Kennedy against Richard Nixon, Eisenhower's vice president for 8 years, an experienced politician from California, someone who had been on the national stage since the early 1950s. Nixon was 47 years old, just 4 years older than Kennedy. But he seemed older, carried the weight of his years in national politics, had been involved in controversies and partisan battles that had made him a polarizing figure. Nixon had advantages Kennedy lacked: executive branch experience, knowledge of foreign policy from attending National Security Council meetings, established relationships with world leaders, the backing of a popular president in Eisenhower. He was also a skilled debater, had destroyed political opponents through superior preparation and aggressive tactics, was confident that he could dominate Kennedy in any direct confrontation. But Kennedy had advantages too: youth, television appeal, family wealth that allowed unprecedented campaign spending, organization built through the primaries, momentum from the convention. Most importantly, Kennedy had resolved to campaign everywhere, in every state, to demonstrate energy and commitment, to contrast his vigor with what he portrayed as the tired policies and leadership of the Eisenhower-Nixon years. The campaign officially began on Labor Day, September 5, 1960. Both candidates launched intensive travel schedules, flying across the country, giving speeches, shaking hands, appearing at rallies. Kennedy crisscrossed the nation, visiting small towns and major cities, pressing the flesh, building crowds, generating enthusiasm. His message was simple. It was time for change, for new leadership, for getting America moving again after 8 years of stagnation under Republican rule. Nixon campaigned differently, more cautiously, relying on his experience and his connection to Eisenhower's record of peace and prosperity. He argued that Kennedy was too young, too inexperienced, too untested to be trusted with the presidency at a time when the Cold War with the Soviet Union threatened nuclear annihilation. He questioned whether someone who'd accomplished so little in Congress was ready to be president, suggested that Kennedy's youth was a disqualification rather than an asset. The Kennedy campaign understood that television would be crucial, that the campaign would be won or lost based on how candidates appeared in Americans' living rooms. Television was still relatively new as a political medium. Eisenhower had used it effectively in 1952 and 56, but no one had truly mastered it as a campaign tool. Kennedy's advisers believed that their candidate had natural advantages on television. He was handsome, articulate, projected confidence, could connect with viewers through the camera in ways that other politicians could not. The pivotal moment of the campaign came in late September, when the candidates agreed to 4 televised debates, the first such debates in American presidential election history. The debates would allow millions of Americans to see the candidates side by side, to compare them directly, to make judgments about who was better qualified, who seemed more presidential. Both campaigns recognized the risks and opportunities. Nixon, confident in his debating skills, believed he would dominate Kennedy. Kennedy's team saw the debates as a chance to overcome Nixon's experience advantage, to demonstrate that Kennedy could hold his own, that he was ready for the presidency. The first debate on September 26th in Chicago was watched by approximately 70 million people, at the time the largest television audience ever for a political event. The format was simple: questions from journalists, responses from candidates, no direct interaction between Kennedy and Nixon. The substance was less important than the presentation, less about what was said than about how the candidates appeared. Kennedy was tanned, rested, confident. He had spent the day before the debate relaxing, preparing mentally, ensuring he looked and felt his best. He wore a dark suit that contrasted well with the studio's lighting, refused makeup but appeared naturally telegenic, projected ease and composure. He spoke directly to the camera, addressing viewers at home rather than the journalists asking questions, creating connection and intimacy. Nixon was exhausted, having campaigned relentlessly in the weeks before the debate, having injured his knee and spent time in hospital, having lost weight and looking gaunt. He wore a light grey suit that blended into the background, creating little visual contrast. He refused makeup, appeared pale and drawn, with a 5 o'clock shadow that made him look sinister. He addressed the journalists asking questions rather than the camera, seemed to be having a private conversation rather than connecting with millions of viewers. The content of the debate was substantive. Both candidates discussed foreign policy, economic growth, social programs, defense spending. Kennedy argued for change and new leadership. Nixon defended the Eisenhower administration's record while trying to distance himself enough to argue that he would provide fresh thinking. But the content mattered less than the appearance. Kennedy looked presidential, young, vigorous, confident, ready. Nixon looked tired, uncomfortable, unwell, defensive. People who listened to the debate on radio generally thought Nixon had won on substance, that his answers were more detailed, his arguments stronger. But people who watched on television overwhelmingly believed Kennedy had won, that he had appeared more presidential, more capable, more ready for leadership. The visual medium had determined the outcome, confirming Kennedy's campaign strategy, demonstrating that in the television age appearance and performance mattered as much as or more than substance and experience. The remaining 3 debates, held in October, did not have the same impact. Nixon improved his appearance, wore darker suits, used makeup, looked healthier. The debates were substantively more even, with neither candidate clearly dominating, but the damage was done. The first debate had shaped perceptions, had introduced Kennedy to millions of Americans as someone who could be president, who was not the inexperienced lightweight that Nixon's campaign had portrayed. The debates had leveled the experience gap, had made the race competitive in ways that might not have been possible otherwise. The campaign's final weeks were intense. Both candidates travelled relentlessly, gave multiple speeches daily, appeared at rallies and town halls, did everything possible to win undecided voters. Kennedy focused on states where the race was close: Pennsylvania, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Texas, California, industrial states with large electoral vote counts where the election would be decided. The Kennedy campaign spent enormous sums of money, more than any previous campaign, using family wealth to overwhelm Nixon in advertising, organization, get-out-the-vote efforts. Joseph Sr., still working behind the scenes, ensured that resources flowed wherever needed, that no opportunity was missed, that the campaign could respond immediately to any development. The investment was total, the commitment absolute, the determination to win overriding all other considerations. Religion remained an issue throughout the campaign, despite Kennedy's West Virginia primary victory. Protestant ministers and organizations warned that a Catholic president would take orders from the Pope, that Kennedy's election would undermine American democracy, that the separation of church and state would be violated. Kennedy addressed these concerns directly in a famous speech to Protestant ministers in Houston on September 12th, declaring that he believed in absolute separation of church and state, that his faith was his private business, that no religious authority would influence his political decisions. The speech was effective, reduced but did not eliminate anti-Catholic sentiment, allowed Kennedy to argue that he had addressed the issue forthrightly, that those who continued to oppose him on religious grounds were bigots who violated American principles, but the religious issue remained potent, cost Kennedy votes in the South and in rural areas, made the race closer than it otherwise would have been. As Election Day approached, both campaigns were exhausted, uncertain about the outcome, aware that the race was extremely close, that either candidate could win, that the result might not be known until days after voting ended. Kennedy had run the campaign he needed to run, had demonstrated that he could compete nationally, that his youth and Catholicism were not insurmountable obstacles. But whether it would be enough remained uncertain. Chapter 15, Inauguration, Election Day, November 8th, 1960, was cold and clear across much of the country. Voters turned out in record numbers, more than 68 million casting ballots, aware that the election was historic, that it would determine the direction of the country for the next 4 years and perhaps longer. Jack Kennedy voted in Boston, then flew to Hyannisport to await results with his family, to spend the evening as returns came in, to learn whether his decades of preparation and months of campaigning had succeeded. The results came in slowly, unevenly, state by state, revealing a race far closer than Kennedy had hoped. Nixon won states in the Midwest and West, performed better than expected in many areas, kept the race competitive throughout the evening. Kennedy won the Northeast and performed well in several southern states, held his base, built electoral vote leads in crucial industrial states. But nothing was certain, nothing was final. The outcome remained in doubt deep into the night. By early morning of November 9th, it became clear that Kennedy had likely won, though the margins were razor-thin. He won the popular vote by approximately 118,000 votes out of nearly 69 million cast, a margin of less than 0.2%, one of the closest elections in American history. The Electoral College result was more decisive. Kennedy won 303 electoral votes to Nixon's 219, but several key states had been won by tiny margins. Illinois was decided by fewer than 9,000 votes, Texas by fewer than 50,000, both states crucial to Kennedy's victory. Allegations of voter fraud emerged immediately, particularly in Illinois, where the Chicago political machine controlled by Mayor Richard Daley was suspected of manufacturing votes, of manipulating returns to ensure Kennedy carried the state. Nixon considered challenging the results, believed that fraud had occurred, but ultimately decided not to contest the election, announced that he would not challenge Kennedy's victory, that the country needed to move forward rather than endure prolonged constitutional crisis. Kennedy was president-elect at age 43, the youngest man elected president, the first Catholic president, symbol of generational change and new leadership. The victory was narrow, the mandate limited, but the office was his. The campaign was over. The task of governing was about to begin. The transition period between the election and the inauguration on January 20th, 1961, was consumed with building an administration, selecting cabinet members and White House staff, preparing to assume office, learning about the challenges that awaited. Kennedy assembled a team that mixed experience and youth, establishment figures and academics, pragmatists and idealists. He chose Dean Rusk as Secretary of State, Robert McNamara as Secretary of Defense, Douglas Dillon as Secretary of the Treasury, appointments that reassured establishment opinion, that suggested Kennedy would govern responsibly despite his youth. Bobby Kennedy, Jack's younger brother and campaign manager, was appointed Attorney General despite having no previous government legal experience. The appointment was controversial, seemed like nepotism, raised questions about whether Jack was surrounding himself with family rather than with the most qualified people. But Jack trusted Bobby absolutely, valued his loyalty and his willingness to be ruthless when necessary, wanted someone in the cabinet who would always tell him the truth and who would execute his decisions without questioning or leaking. The inaugural address, delivered on January 20th, 1961, was Kennedy's formal introduction to the world as president. The day was bitterly cold, snow had fallen overnight, but the skies cleared by morning, and the ceremony proceeded in bright sunshine and frigid temperatures. Kennedy stood hatless despite the cold projecting youth and vigour, beginning his presidency by defying the weather, by demonstrating that he would not be constrained by discomfort or tradition. The address was short, just 14 minutes, carefully crafted by Kennedy and his speechwriter Ted Sorensen, designed to be memorable, to articulate themes that would define the administration, to inspire Americans to greater efforts and sacrifices. The speech was less about policy specifics than about vision and values, about what kind of country America should be, about what Americans owed to their country and to the world. "Let the word go forth from this time and place," Kennedy declared, "to friend and foe alike, that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed, and to which we are committed today at home and around the world." The speech was Cold War rhetoric, asserting American commitment to defending freedom globally, warning adversaries that America would pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and the success of liberty. The language was sweeping, the commitments potentially unlimited, the tone militant rather than conciliatory. It reflected Kennedy's conviction that the Soviet Union represented an existential threat, that the struggle between democracy and communism was the defining conflict of the age, that American leadership required strength and resolve. But the speech also included the passage that became its most famous and most quoted, the call to service that defined Kennedy's public philosophy, that articulated what he believed Americans should aspire to. "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." The line was memorable, quotable, inspirational. It captured the idealism of the moment, the sense that a new generation was taking charge, that Americans should dedicate themselves to something larger than individual comfort and prosperity. It suggested that Kennedy's presidency would ask for sacrifice, would call Americans to higher purposes, would measure success not merely in economic growth, but in collective achievement and moral progress. The address was well received, praised for its eloquence and its vision, recognized as a significant presidential speech that articulated themes and commitments that would shape the administration, but it was also criticized by some for its militarism, for its sweeping global commitments, for rhetoric that seemed to promise American intervention anywhere freedom was threatened, commitments that might prove impossible to fulfill. After the speech, Kennedy attended the inaugural parade, reviewed troops, waved to crowds, appeared at inaugural balls throughout the evening, celebrated his victory, accepted congratulations from supporters and well-wishers. He was now President Kennedy, leader of the most powerful nation on earth, responsible for American security, for millions of lives, for decisions that could determine whether civilization survived the nuclear age. The presidency would test him in ways that campaigning never had. Campaigns were about projecting images, about making promises, about inspiring hope. Governing was about making difficult choices, about accepting responsibility for outcomes, about dealing with problems that had no good solutions, only choices between bad options and worse options. Kennedy would face crises almost immediately. The failed Bay of Pigs invasion, the Berlin Wall, nuclear confrontation with the Soviet Union, racial violence in the American South, the escalating conflict in Vietnam. But on January 20th, 1961, those crises were still ahead. The day was about new beginnings, about hope and possibility, about the belief that vigorous young leadership could solve problems, that America's best years were ahead rather than behind, that the new frontier was real rather than just campaign. Rhetoric. The youngest elected president in American history had taken the oath of office, had assumed the burdens of leadership, had begun a presidency that would last less than 3 years, but that would be remembered for generations. The question was whether the promise could match the reality, whether the image of youthful vigor could translate into effective governance, whether Jack Kennedy was ready for the challenges that awaited him. Chapter 16. Bay of Pigs. The first major crisis of the Kennedy presidency came less than 3 months after inauguration, in April 1961, when an invasion force of Cuban exiles trained and equipped by the CIA attempted to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist government in Cuba. The operation, planned during the Eisenhower administration but executed under Kennedy's orders, ended in catastrophic failure, with the invasion force defeated, captured, or killed within days, creating a humiliating defeat for the new president and establishing patterns of decision-making that would haunt the administration. Cuba had been a persistent concern for American policymakers since Castro's revolution in 1959. Castro had overthrown the US-backed dictator Fulgencio Batista, established a socialist government, nationalized American-owned properties, aligned himself with the Soviet Union, established a communist regime 90 miles from Florida. The Eisenhower administration had authorized the CIA to train Cuban exiles for an invasion that would spark a popular uprising, overthrow Castro, restore a pro-American government. Kennedy inherited this plan, was briefed on it shortly after the election, was told by CIA Director Allen Dulles and other officials that the operation had a good chance of success, that the exile force could establish a beachhead, that Cubans would rise up against Castro, that American air support would not be necessary, that the operation could proceed without obvious American involvement. The assurances were overstated based on wishful thinking rather than solid intelligence, designed to secure presidential approval for an operation the CIA had invested in heavily. Kennedy was skeptical but also cautious about overruling the military and intelligence professionals who advocated for the operation. He was new to the presidency, uncertain of his judgment, reluctant to cancel a plan that had been developed over many months by people with far more experience. He approved the operation but imposed restrictions. There would be no overt American military involvement, no airstrikes using American aircraft, nothing that would make American sponsorship obvious to the world. The invasion began on April 17, 1961, at the Bay of Pigs on Cuba's southern coast. Approximately 1,400 Cuban exiles landed from ships, attempting to secure a beachhead, expecting supplies and air support, hoping to hold territory long enough for a provisional government to be established and recognized. But everything went wrong almost immediately. Castro's forces responded quickly. The element of surprise was lost. Air support was inadequate. The expected popular uprising did not materialize. Within 72 hours, the invasion force was defeated, over 100 killed, the rest captured. Kennedy was devastated. He had been president for less than 3 months, had suffered a humiliating defeat, had exposed American involvement in an illegal invasion of a sovereign nation, had strengthened Castro's position rather than weakening it. The failure was total, the consequences severe, the lessons painful. Kennedy had trusted the wrong people, had approved an operation without demanding adequate information, had deferred to experts who did not know what they were talking about. He took responsibility publicly, announced at a press conference that victory has 100 fathers and defeat is an orphan, that he was the responsible official, that the buck stopped with him. The acceptance of responsibility enhanced his public standing. Americans respected a leader who admitted mistakes, but privately Kennedy was furious, blamed the CIA and the military for misleading him, vowed never again to rely on expert advice without questioning assumptions and demanding evidence. The Bay of Pigs failure taught Kennedy several lessons that would shape his presidency. First, he learned to distrust the national security bureaucracy, to question experts, to demand alternative views, to make decisions based on his own judgment rather than deferring to supposed professionals. Second, he learned the limits of American power, that military superiority did not guarantee success, that operations that looked good on paper could fail catastrophically in execution. Third, he learned the importance of controlling information, of managing public perception, of ensuring that failures did not become political disasters. The failure also had consequences for Cuba and for US-Soviet relations. Castro, having defeated the invasion, moved closer to the Soviet Union, requested military assistance, allowed Soviet missiles to be deployed on Cuban soil, setting up the confrontation that would nearly lead to nuclear war in October 1962. The United States continued efforts to undermine Castro, authorized Operation Mongoose, a CIA program of sabotage and assassination attempts, pursued policies that ensured permanent hostility between the two countries. Kennedy also purged leadership at the CIA, forced Allen Dulles to resign, replaced other officials involved in the Bay of Pigs planning, brought in people he trusted, created a more skeptical and questioning approach to intelligence assessments. He turned increasingly to his brother Bobby, to Ted Sorensen, to a small group of advisors whose loyalty was unquestioned, who would tell him uncomfortable truths, who would challenge consensus rather than simply endorsing plans developed by bureaucracies. The Bay of Pigs was Kennedy's first real test as president, and he had failed. But he had also learned from failure, had adjusted his approach, had become a more skeptical and questioning leader. The lessons would be crucial in later crises, particularly during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Kennedy's willingness to question military advice, to seek alternatives, to avoid escalation would prevent nuclear war. But in April 1961, those future successes were not apparent. There was only failure, embarrassment, the knowledge that he had made terrible mistakes, that his inexperience had been exposed, that he would have to prove himself again if he wanted to be taken seriously by allies and adversaries. The Bay of Pigs revealed the gap between campaign promises and governing reality. Kennedy had promised vigorous leadership, had criticized Eisenhower for allowing Castro to take power, had suggested that he would be tougher and more effective, but toughness without wisdom had led to disaster. Vigor without judgment had produced catastrophe. The presidency, Kennedy was learning, required more than charisma and confidence. It required judgment, skepticism, the courage to say no to operations that experts assured him would succeed. He was learning on the job, paying the price of inexperience, hoping that the lessons would come before the next crisis arrived. Chapter 17, Vienna and the Wall. In June 1961, just 2 months after the Bay of Pigs disaster, Jack Kennedy traveled to Vienna for a summit meeting with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. The meeting was Kennedy's first direct encounter with the leader of the Soviet Union, an opportunity to take the measure of his adversary, to establish personal relationships that might reduce the risk of miscalculation and war. But the summit did not go well. Khrushchev was aggressive, dismissive, treated Kennedy as inexperienced and weak, used the Bay of Pigs failure to argue that Kennedy lacked the resolve to defend American interests. The two men met on June 3rd and 4th, holding several hours of talks covering Berlin, nuclear testing, disarmament, and ideological competition. Khrushchev lectured Kennedy about the inevitability of communism's triumph, about the Soviet Union's military strength, about America's declining power and influence. He was particularly focused on Berlin, the divided city deep inside East Germany that remained under four-power occupation, accessible to the West through corridors that the Soviets could close at any time. Berlin was a persistent crisis in the Cold War. The city was divided between East Berlin, controlled by the communist East German government, and West Berlin, occupied by American, British and French forces, a democratic island surrounded by Soviet-controlled territory. West Berlin's prosperity and freedom embarrassed the communist East, made the failures of the Soviet system visible, encouraged East Germans to flee to the West through Berlin. Khrushchev wanted to end the occupation, to force Western powers out of Berlin, to give full control to East Germany. At Vienna, Khrushchev threatened to sign a separate peace treaty with East Germany, to turn control of access routes to West Berlin over to the East German government, to force the Western Allies to negotiate with a government they did not recognize, or to withdraw from Berlin entirely. Kennedy responded that the United States would not abandon West Berlin, that American commitments were non-negotiable, that any Soviet move to cut off Berlin would be met with force. The conversation was tense, confrontational, left both leaders convinced that the other was dangerous and unreasonable. Kennedy returned to Washington shaken by the encounter, worried that Khrushchev had concluded that he was weak, that the Bay of Pigs had convinced the Soviet leader that Kennedy would not stand firm in a crisis. He ordered a build-up of American military forces in Europe, increased defense spending, gave a speech to the nation explaining the Berlin situation, making clear that the United States would defend West Berlin with nuclear weapons if necessary. Khrushchev, facing his own pressures, decided to resolve the Berlin problem unilaterally. East Germany was hemorrhaging population, losing its most educated and productive citizens who fled to West Berlin and from there to West Germany. The exodus was unsustainable, threatened the survival of the East German state, made the Soviet position untenable. On August 13, 1961, East German authorities began constructing a barrier between East and West Berlin. First barbed wire, then concrete walls, eventually a fortified border that would completely seal East Berlin from the West. The Berlin Wall, as it came to be called, was a shocking development, a physical manifestation of the Iron Curtain, a prison wall built to keep people in rather than invaders out. Families were divided overnight. People who had worked or studied or shopped across the border were suddenly cut off. Escape routes were closed. The wall was brutal, effective, desperate, a confession that the communist system could only survive by imprisoning its own people. Kennedy's response was measured, calibrated to avoid confrontation, while making clear that the United States would not accept changes to West Berlin's status. He increased the American military garrison in West Berlin, sent Vice President Johnson to the city to demonstrate American commitment, authorized new military construction and civil defense preparations. But he also recognized that the wall, while morally repugnant, actually reduced tensions by stabilizing the situation, by giving Khrushchev what he needed: control over the population without forcing a military confrontation. Kennedy visited Berlin in June 1963, nearly 2 years after the wall's construction, standing at the Brandenburg Gate looking across into East Berlin, seeing the wall that divided the city, speaking to huge crowds of West Berliners who cheered his defense of their freedom. "Ich bin ein Berliner," Kennedy declared, expressing solidarity with the besieged city, promising that America would never abandon them, that freedom would ultimately prevail. The speech was one of Kennedy's most famous, captured on film and remembered as a defining moment of the Cold War, a demonstration that democracies would defend their values and their commitments. But the Berlin crisis also revealed the limits of American power, the reality that some problems had no good solutions, that accepting unpleasant outcomes was sometimes necessary to avoid catastrophic ones. The wall would stand for 28 years, symbol of division and oppression. Kennedy could not tear it down, could not free the people trapped behind it, could only promise that someday it would fall, that tyranny would not last forever, that the cause of freedom would ultimately triumph. The Vienna Summit and the Berlin Wall were early lessons in the complex realities of the Cold War, in the gap between campaign rhetoric about being tough with the Soviets and the reality of managing nuclear-armed confrontation, where miscalculation could mean annihilation. Kennedy had promised to be firm with the Soviets, to defend freedom globally, to demonstrate American strength and resolve, but firmness without recklessness, strength without provocation, commitment without catastrophe, required judgment and restraint that were difficult to maintain under pressure from those who demanded more aggressive action. The presidency was teaching Kennedy humility, was showing him the limits of what could be achieved, was forcing him to accept realities he had promised to change. He had not stopped communism from building the Berlin Wall. He had not forced the Soviets to withdraw from Cuba. He had not won dramatic victories or achieved the transformation of American power and influence that he had promised. But he had also avoided war, had managed crises without allowing them to escalate to nuclear confrontation, had maintained alliances and commitments while recognizing that some battles could not be won. The lessons would be crucial in the months ahead, when the Cuban Missile Crisis would test Kennedy more severely than any previous challenge, when decisions made in a few days would determine whether civilization survived. The Vienna Summit and Berlin Wall had prepared him, had taught him to question advice, to resist pressure for military action, to find solutions that preserved essential interests without requiring total victory. The education was expensive, paid in humiliation and compromise, but it was preparing Kennedy for the ultimate test that was coming. Chapter 18. The Missiles of October. In mid-October 1962, American intelligence discovered that the Soviet Union was installing nuclear missiles in Cuba, capable of striking American cities with virtually no warning, fundamentally altering the strategic balance, creating the most dangerous crisis of the Cold War. For 13 days, from October 16th to October 28th, the world stood on the brink of nuclear war as Kennedy and his advisors wrestled with how to respond, weighing military action against diplomacy, pressure against restraint, American security against the survival of civilization. The discovery came from U-2 reconnaissance flights over Cuba that photographed missile sites under construction, identified Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles and launch facilities, provided evidence that the Soviets were secretly deploying nuclear weapons 90 miles from Florida. The missiles, once operational, would give the Soviet Union the ability to destroy American cities with minimal warning, would double the number of Soviet warheads that could reach the United States, would create a strategic threat that could not be ignored. Kennedy was briefed on the missile discovery on the morning of October 16th. His first reaction was anger. At the Soviets for the deception, at his own intelligence services for not detecting the deployment earlier, at the situation that now demanded response. Khrushchev had promised that Soviet military assistance to Cuba would be defensive only, had assured Kennedy through diplomatic channels that no offensive weapons would be deployed. The promise had been a lie, the assurances worthless. Kennedy assembled a small group of advisors called the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, or EXCOM, to assess the situation and recommend options. The group included the Secretaries of State and Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA Director, the National Security Advisor, the Attorney General Bobby Kennedy, and several other senior officials. They met in secret, analysed intelligence, debated options, argued about what should be done. The military chiefs recommended immediate airstrikes to destroy the missile sites, followed by an invasion of Cuba to overthrow Castro and eliminate the communist threat permanently. The military was confident that this could be accomplished successfully, that American forces could destroy the missiles before they became operational, that Castro's military could be overwhelmed quickly. General Curtis LeMay, the Air Force Chief of Staff, was particularly aggressive, argued that anything less than military action was appeasement, that Kennedy would look weak if he did not use force. But Kennedy was skeptical. The Bay of Pigs had taught him to question military assurances, to doubt confident predictions of quick success. Airstrikes might miss some missiles, might not destroy them all, might trigger a Soviet military response in Berlin or elsewhere. An invasion would certainly provoke Soviet reaction, might lead to escalation, could start a war that would kill millions. The risk seemed enormous, the benefits uncertain. Other advisers suggested a naval blockade of Cuba, calling it a quarantine to avoid the legal implications of blockade, which was an act of war. A quarantine would prevent Soviet ships from delivering more missiles, would give the Soviets time to reconsider, would demonstrate American resolve without immediately resorting to military action. It was a middle option between doing nothing and launching airstrikes, a way to pressure the Soviets while leaving room for negotiation. Kennedy decided on the quarantine. On October 22nd, he announced to the nation that Soviet missiles had been discovered in Cuba, that this was unacceptable, that the United States was imposing a quarantine on all offensive weapons being shipped to Cuba, that the missiles had to be removed. The speech was somber, explaining the gravity of the situation, making clear that the United States was prepared to use military force if the missiles were not withdrawn, warning that nuclear war was possible. The world watched in horror as the crisis unfolded. Soviet ships carrying missile components approached the quarantine line. American warships prepared to intercept and search them. Both superpowers mobilized military forces. Nuclear weapons were readied for use. The two nations were playing a game of nuclear chicken, testing each other's resolve, gambling that the other side would blink first. But what if neither side blinked? What if miscalculation or accident or pride led to the first shot, to the escalation that neither side wanted but that both had prepared for? For several days the situation was desperate. Soviet ships approached the quarantine line, then stopped, floating in place while Moscow decided what to do. Kennedy and Khrushchev communicated through diplomatic channels, each trying to understand the other's intentions, each looking for a way out that did not require surrender or humiliation. Kennedy resisted pressure from military chiefs for immediate airstrikes, insisted on giving diplomacy time, believed that Khrushchev did not want war any more than he did. On October 26th, Khrushchev sent Kennedy a long emotional letter suggesting a deal. The Soviet Union would remove the missiles if the United States promised not to invade Cuba. The letter seemed to offer a way out, a face-saving solution that both sides could accept. But the next day, a second letter arrived with different terms, demanding that the United States also remove its missiles from Turkey, creating a more complex negotiation that would be difficult to resolve quickly. Kennedy and his advisers debated which letter to respond to, how to interpret the contradictory messages. Bobby Kennedy suggested responding to the first letter, ignoring the second, offering the deal that Khrushchev had initially proposed. Meanwhile, the Soviets shot down an American U-2 plane over Cuba, killing the pilot, creating an incident that military chiefs demanded be answered with airstrikes. The pressure for military action was intense. The argument that the time for diplomacy had passed was compelling. But Kennedy held firm. He authorized Bobby to meet secretly with Soviet ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin, to convey that the United States would remove missiles from Turkey, but only after the Cuban crisis was resolved, and only in secret so that it would not appear to be a trade. The proposal gave Khrushchev what he needed: removal of American missiles threatening the Soviet Union, without creating the appearance that he had forced American surrender. On October 28th, Khrushchev announced that the missiles would be removed from Cuba, that the crisis was over, that the Soviet Union accepted Kennedy's terms. Kennedy had won, or appeared to have won, had forced the Soviets to back down, had demonstrated American resolve. The military and political victory was significant, restored Kennedy's credibility after the Bay of Pigs, established him as a strong leader who could face down the Soviets, enhanced American prestige globally. But the victory was more complex than it appeared. Kennedy had secretly agreed to remove missiles from Turkey, had made concessions that were not publicized, had understood that Khrushchev needed something to justify his retreat to Soviet hardliners. The crisis had been resolved through negotiation and compromise, not through military superiority or willingness to risk war. Kennedy had been willing to negotiate, to find solutions that gave both sides something, to accept that Khrushchev had legitimate concerns that had to be addressed. The Cuban Missile Crisis was the closest the world came to nuclear war during the Cold War. Intelligence later revealed that the situation had been even more dangerous than Kennedy knew. Soviet forces in Cuba had tactical nuclear weapons and authority to use them if invaded, meaning that an American invasion would likely have triggered nuclear exchanges escalating to full-scale war. Kennedy's restraint, his resistance to military pressure, his willingness to negotiate rather than simply attack, had prevented catastrophe. The crisis changed Kennedy. He emerged more confident, more willing to trust his own judgment, more skeptical of military advice that promised easy victories. He also emerged more committed to arms control, to reducing tensions with the Soviet Union, to finding ways to manage the Cold War that did not depend on repeated nuclear brinkmanship. He gave a speech at American University in June 1963 calling for a strategy of peace, for recognition that the United States and Soviet Union shared interests in avoiding nuclear war, for efforts to reduce tensions and build cooperation where possible. The missile crisis was Kennedy's finest moment as president, the point where experience and judgment combined to produce wise decisions under extreme pressure. He had faced the ultimate test, had made choices that determined whether civilization survived, had succeeded not through military action but through restraint, negotiation, and willingness to compromise. It was leadership of the highest order, was the fulfillment of the promise that his presidency represented, was proof that the young senator from Massachusetts had grown into the responsibilities of the office. The question was what he would do with the authority and confidence he had earned, how he would use his remaining time in office, what he would accomplish before his presidency ended. Chapter 19. Civil Rights. The civil rights movement, which had been building momentum since the 1950s, became unavoidable during the Kennedy presidency. African Americans denied basic rights and dignity in much of the country, particularly in the South where segregation was enforced by law and violence, demanded change, demanded that the federal government fulfill constitutional promises of equal protection, demanded that America live up to its ideals. Kennedy, who had courted African American votes in the campaign, and who had made vague promises about civil rights progress, found himself forced to choose between moral principle and political calculation, between what was right and what was safe. Kennedy's instincts on civil rights were decent, but his priorities were elsewhere. He was focused on foreign policy, on the Cold War, on managing relations with the Soviet Union. Domestic policy, particularly divisive issues like civil rights, was something to be managed, to be addressed when politically necessary, not to be championed with passion or urgency. Kennedy knew that strong action on civil rights would alienate Southern Democrats, would make it difficult to pass other legislation, would create political problems that he preferred to avoid. But events forced his hand. In May 1961, just months after his inauguration, Freedom Riders, black and white activists testing compliance with Supreme Court decisions banning segregation in interstate travel, were attacked by violent mobs in Alabama. Buses were firebombed, riders were beaten, local authorities did nothing to protect them. The violence was broadcast on television, seen around the world, embarrassed the United States at a time when Kennedy was trying to demonstrate American moral leadership in the Cold War competition with the Soviet Union. Kennedy was forced to intervene, sent federal marshals to protect the Freedom Riders, negotiated with Alabama authorities to ensure safe passage, demonstrated that the federal government would enforce constitutional rights when state authorities refused to do so. But his intervention was reluctant, motivated more by political necessity than by moral conviction, aimed at restoring order rather than achieving justice. In September 1962, James Meredith, an African-American military veteran, attempted to enroll at the University of Mississippi, which had never admitted a black student. The state's governor, Ross Barnett, physically blocked Meredith's entrance, defied federal court orders, encouraged resistance to integration. Kennedy negotiated with Barnett, tried to find a face-saving solution, hoped to avoid confrontation. But when violence erupted on the Oxford campus, when mobs attacked federal marshals, Kennedy was forced to send federal troops to restore order and ensure Meredith's enrollment. The Mississippi crisis revealed the depth of Southern resistance to integration, the willingness to use violence to maintain white supremacy, the inadequacy of gradualism and negotiation. Kennedy could not avoid taking sides, could not pretend that civil rights was something that could be resolved through patient persuasion of segregationists who had no intention of changing. Federal power had to be used. Constitutional rights had to be enforced, and that meant alienating Southern Democrats and accepting political consequences. In the spring of 1963, the civil rights movement focused on Birmingham, Alabama, one of the most segregated cities in America, where Martin Luther King Jr. led protests demanding desegregation of downtown stores and equal employment opportunities. The protests were met with brutal violence. Police used dogs and fire hoses against peaceful demonstrators, arrested hundreds, including children, created images of brutality that shocked the nation and the world. Bull Connor, Birmingham's Commissioner of Public Safety, became a symbol of Southern racism, his violent tactics generating sympathy for the civil rights movement and pressure on Kennedy to act. Kennedy watched the violence with growing concern, recognized that he could no longer avoid comprehensive civil rights legislation, could no longer temporize and compromise and hope that the problem would resolve itself. In June 1963, after Alabama Governor George Wallace physically blocked integration of the University of Alabama, Kennedy gave a televised address announcing that he would propose comprehensive civil rights legislation, that the nation could no longer tolerate segregation and discrimination, that moral and constitutional imperatives required action. This speech, delivered on June 11, 1963, was Kennedy's strongest statement on civil rights, his belated but genuine commitment to the cause. "We are confronted primarily with a moral issue," Kennedy declared. "It is as old as the scriptures and is as clear as the American Constitution." He announced that he would propose legislation to guarantee equal access to public accommodations, to strengthen voting rights protections, to accelerate school desegregation, to use federal power to enforce constitutional rights. The speech was a turning point, a commitment that could not be reversed, an acknowledgement that gradualism had failed and that federal action was necessary. It was politically risky. Southern Democrats were furious, moderate whites worried about moving too fast, conservatives accused Kennedy of trampling states' rights. But the speech was morally right. aligned Kennedy with the justice of the civil rights movement, positioned him on the right side of history. Hours after Kennedy's speech, Medgar Evers, a civil rights activist in Mississippi, was assassinated in his driveway by a white supremacist. The murder underscored the danger that civil rights workers faced, the violence that sustained white supremacy, the courage required to challenge the system. Evers' death was a reminder that civil rights was not abstract policy, but a struggle that cost lives, that demanded commitment and sacrifice. In August 1963, the March on Washington brought 250,000 people to the nation's capital to demand civil rights legislation, to demonstrate the breadth and depth of support for equality, to present a vision of integrated America living up to its founding principles. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, articulating aspirations that transcended immediate policy demands, painting a picture of what America could be if it fulfilled its promises. Kennedy met with civil rights leaders after the march, expressed support for their goals, committed to working for passage of civil rights legislation, but he also understood the political difficulties, knew that Southern Democrats would fight the legislation, that passage would require coalition building and compromise, that success was not guaranteed. He planned to make civil rights a priority of his second term, assuming he won re-election in 1964, to use political capital from electoral victory to overcome Southern resistance. But Kennedy's evolution on civil rights, however genuine, came late. He had been reluctant to act, had prioritized political considerations over moral imperatives, had responded to events rather than leading. His ultimate commitment to civil rights was important, positioned the Democratic Party as the party of racial equality, set in motion changes that would culminate in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But those achievements would come after his death, would be completed by his successor, would be part of a legacy that Kennedy had helped create but did not live to fulfill. Chapter 20. The Space Race. When Jack Kennedy became president in January 1961, the United States was losing the space race. The Soviet Union had launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, in October 1957, shocking Americans, demonstrating Soviet technological superiority, creating fears that the United States was falling behind in the competition that would determine global leadership. The Soviets had followed Sputnik with more achievements, sending a dog into orbit. Then in April 1961, just months after Kennedy's inauguration, sending Yuri Gagarin into orbit, making him the first human to fly in space. Each Soviet achievement was a propaganda victory, demonstrated communist technological prowess, suggested that the Soviet system was superior to American capitalism, undermined American prestige globally. Kennedy understood that the space race was more than scientific competition, that it represented Cold War ideological struggle, that perception of American power and competence depended partly on technological achievements that captured global imagination. On May 25, 1961, Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and made an audacious commitment. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. The goal was ambitious, perhaps impossible, certainly expensive. The technology did not yet exist. The challenges were immense. The risks were substantial. But Kennedy believed that a clear, dramatic goal would mobilize American resources and talent, would provide a benchmark for measuring progress, would create an objective that, if achieved, would demonstrate American superiority decisively. The decision to go to the moon was partly practical calculation, partly vision, partly desperation. Kennedy had been embarrassed by the Bay of Pigs failure, had endured Gagarin's orbital flight, needed a victory that would restore American confidence and prestige. The moon landing was something the United States might achieve before the Soviets, was dramatic enough to capture global attention, was a commitment that would force technological development that would have military and economic applications beyond space exploration, but the decision was also expensive, would require billions of dollars in federal spending, would divert resources from other priorities. Critics questioned whether the moon landing was worth the cost, whether the money could be better spent on domestic programs, whether prestige justified massive investment in what was essentially a stunt. Kennedy argued that the space program would drive technological innovation, would create jobs, would inspire young Americans to study science and engineering, would demonstrate that democracies could mobilize resources and achieve ambitious goals just as effectively as authoritarian states. NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, became the vehicle for achieving Kennedy's goal. The agency received massive budget increases, hired thousands of engineers and scientists, built new facilities, developed the technology necessary for lunar missions. The Mercury program, focused on putting Americans into orbit, succeeded in February 1962, when John Glenn orbited the Earth 3 times, becoming the first American to achieve orbital flight, restoring some of America's wounded pride. The Gemini program followed, developing the capabilities necessary for lunar missions, spacewalks, rendezvous and docking, long-duration spaceflight. The program was systematic, progressive, learning from each mission, building confidence that a moon landing was achievable. The Apollo program, which would actually land astronauts on the moon, was being designed, with spacecraft and rockets being developed, with astronauts being selected and trained, with the entire enormous effort aimed at the deadline Kennedy had set the end of the decade. Kennedy visited NASA facilities, met with astronauts, followed the program's progress closely. He understood that his presidency would be judged partly on whether the moon landing goal was achieved. That failure would be his failure. That success would vindicate his vision. He gave speeches emphasizing the importance of space exploration, of accepting challenges, of choosing to do difficult things because they were difficult. In September 1962, Kennedy gave a speech at Rice University in Houston, near the new NASA facility where astronauts would be trained. "We choose to go to the moon," Kennedy declared. "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win." The speech was vintage Kennedy, aspirational, challenging, calling Americans to greatness, suggesting that the nation's character would be revealed through its willingness to accept difficult challenges. The space program became symbolic of Kennedy's approach to leadership, of his belief that ambition and commitment could overcome obstacles, that America's best days were ahead if Americans were willing to work and sacrifice for great goals. But Kennedy did not live to see the moon landing. The Apollo program continued after his death. Survived setbacks including the tragic Apollo 1 fire that killed 3 astronauts in January 1967, ultimately succeeded on July 20th, 1969, when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon and Armstrong became the first human to walk on its surface. The achievement fulfilled Kennedy's goal, was dedicated to his memory, became part of his legacy, proof that his vision has been achievable, that his commitment had been justified. The space race, like civil rights, revealed Kennedy's ability to commit to ambitious goals, to articulate visions that inspired Americans, to mobilize resources and talent for difficult achievements. But it also revealed his pragmatism, his understanding that prestige and perception mattered, that political leadership required dramatic gestures and bold commitments that captured imagination and demonstrated competence. The moon landing was scientifically significant, but it was also a propaganda victory, a demonstration that American democracy could achieve what Soviet communism could not, that freedom and capitalism could produce technological marvels that would inspire the world. The space program was expensive, consumed resources that could have been used for other purposes, was motivated partly by Cold War competition rather than pure scientific inquiry. But it also produced tangible benefits: technological advances, economic growth, inspiration for a generation of scientists and engineers, a sense of national pride and purpose. It was Kennedy's most enduring domestic achievement, the one that most clearly demonstrated his vision and his ability to mobilize the nation toward ambitious goals. And it was achieved just barely within the deadline he had set, just months before the decade ended, fulfilling a promise made by a president who had been dead for 6 years, but whose vision had sustained the effort to its conclusion. Chapter 21. Vietnam's Shadow. When Jack Kennedy became president in January 1961, Vietnam was a minor concern, a small country in Southeast Asia, where American advisors were assisting the South Vietnamese government against a communist insurgency. By the time of Kennedy's death in November 1963, American involvement had deepened significantly. With over 16,000 American military advisors in Vietnam, with American helicopters and equipment being used in combat, operations with the United States committed to preventing communist victory in South Vietnam. The question of what Kennedy would have done about Vietnam if he had lived, whether he would have escalated American involvement as Lyndon Johnson did, or whether he would have withdrawn, has been debated endlessly. The evidence is ambiguous, contradictory, subject to interpretation. Kennedy's public statements supported the American commitment to South Vietnam, affirmed the domino theory that communist victory in Vietnam would lead to the fall of other Southeast Asian nations, warned that the United States could not allow communist expansion to go unchallenged, but Kennedy's private doubts were significant. He questioned whether the South Vietnamese government was competent, whether the strategic situation could be improved, whether American military power could defeat a determined insurgency. He had read accounts of the French defeat in Vietnam in the 1950s, understood that Western military superiority had not prevented France from losing, worried that the United States might face similar problems. The situation in Vietnam deteriorated throughout Kennedy's presidency. The South Vietnamese government, led by Ngo Dinh Diem, was corrupt, authoritarian, unpopular, unable to win the loyalty of its own people. The Viet Cong insurgency, supported by North Vietnam and supplied by the Soviet Union and China, controlled large areas of South Vietnam's countryside, mounted attacks on government forces and facilities, demonstrated that Diem's government was weak and losing ground. American advisors reported that the situation required more American support, more equipment, more training, more advisors, more involvement in actual combat operations. The requests escalated gradually, each increase justified as necessary to prevent defeat, each commitment leading to calls for additional commitments. Kennedy approved the increases incrementally, never quite deciding to commit fully to winning, but also never deciding to withdraw, hoping that modest increases would be sufficient to stabilize the situation. In November 1963, just weeks before Kennedy's assassination, the South Vietnamese military, with American knowledge and tacit approval, overthrew Diem in a coup, executing him and his brother. The coup was supposed to bring more effective leadership, to create a government that could win popular support, to improve the military situation. But it did the opposite, created instability, weakened the South Vietnamese government further, made the situation more chaotic and difficult. Kennedy was reportedly shocked by Diem's execution, had not intended that the coup result in murder, realized that the United States had made the situation worse rather than better. The coup's aftermath raised questions about whether American policy was wise, whether the United States was supporting a cause that could not be won, whether withdrawal should be considered. But Kennedy had not resolved these questions when he went to Dallas, had not decided what he would do about Vietnam, had not committed to either escalation or withdrawal. Some Kennedy advisers later claimed that he had intended to withdraw American forces after the 1964 election, that he had told them privately that Vietnam was not worth American lives, that he planned to disengage once re-election was secured. Others disputed these claims, pointed to Kennedy's consistent public support for the American commitment, argued that he would have escalated just as Johnson did, that the differences between Kennedy and Johnson on Vietnam were marginal. The truth is probably more complex. Kennedy was ambivalent, torn between commitment to containing communism and skepticism about whether Vietnam could be won, between unwillingness to be the president who lost Southeast Asia to communism and recognition that the costs of winning might be prohibitive. He had not made final decisions, had not committed to a course of action, had not resolved the contradictions in his thinking. But patterns in Kennedy's decision-making suggest he would have been more cautious than Johnson was. Kennedy had learned from the Bay of Pigs to question military advice, to resist pressure for escalation, to seek alternatives to military action. He had learned from the Cuban Missile Crisis that restraint and negotiation could produce better outcomes than force and confrontation. He had grown more skeptical of the national security bureaucracy, more willing to challenge consensus, more inclined to ask difficult questions about whether proposed policies would actually work. Whether this skepticism would have led Kennedy to withdraw from Vietnam is unknowable. He faced the same pressures Johnson would face: fear that withdrawal would be seen as defeat, concern about credibility and the domino theory, awareness that Republican opponents would attack any president who lost Vietnam. But Kennedy also had political skills that Johnson lacked, was better at managing public opinion, might have found ways to disengage without appearing weak. The Vietnam shadow over Kennedy's presidency is significant because it represents the road not taken, the decisions deferred, the crisis that would consume his successor. Vietnam would become Johnson's war, would destroy Johnson's presidency, would divide the nation and cost 58,000 American lives. Whether Kennedy could have avoided that outcome is speculation, wishful thinking, an attempt to preserve Kennedy's reputation by imagining that he would have been wiser than his successor. But the reality is that Kennedy's policies helped create the situation Johnson inherited, that Kennedy's commitments made withdrawal politically difficult, that Kennedy's rhetoric about standing firm against communism constrained his options. Vietnam was a problem Kennedy helped create even if he did not live to manage its consequences. It was a failure of judgment, of allowing incremental commitments to create obligations that could not easily be reversed, of believing that American power could solve problems that required political solutions. Vietnam would haunt American foreign policy for a generation, would raise questions about limits of American power, about whether military superiority could compensate for political weakness, about costs of imperial overreach. Kennedy did not live to face those questions fully, didn't have to make the terrible choices that Johnson made, didn't have to watch as his policies led to catastrophe. But the shadow of Vietnam falls across his presidency nonetheless, raises questions about what might have been, creates ambiguity about a legacy that in other areas seemed clearer and more positive. Chapter 22. Dallas Morning. The morning of November 22, 1963 began in Fort Worth, Texas, where President Kennedy had spent the night after arriving the previous evening as part of a political trip through the state. Texas was crucial for Kennedy's re-election prospects in 1964. The state had voted for him narrowly in 1960, had powerful conservative Democrats who opposed his policies, had become increasingly contentious politically. The trip was designed to mend fences, to raise funds, To unify the fractious Texas Democratic Party behind Kennedy's re-election campaign, Kennedy appeared at a breakfast gathering at the Hotel Texas in Fort Worth on the morning of the 22nd, gave brief remarks to a crowd of supporters, displayed the charm and humor that had become his trademark. He joked about Jacqueline, who had accompanied him on the trip, about how she attracted more attention than he did, about how nobody wonders what Lyndon and I wear. The crowd laughed, appreciated the self-deprecating humor, the relaxed confidence of a president who seemed comfortable in his role. After the breakfast, Kennedy prepared to fly to Dallas, the next stop on the Texas tour. Dallas was problematic territory. The city was conservative, had significant numbers of people who despised Kennedy, who saw him as too liberal, too friendly to civil rights, too weak on communism. Right-wing groups were active in Dallas, had purchased advertisements in the morning newspaper attacking Kennedy, had distributed wanted posters with his photograph accusing him of treason. The atmosphere was hostile in ways that concerned the Secret Service and Kennedy's staff. But Kennedy was not overly worried. He had faced hostile crowds before, had dealt with protesters and critics throughout his presidency, believed that direct engagement with opponents was important, that avoiding controversy was not leadership. He understood that presidential security could never be absolute, that determined assassins could not be entirely prevented, that accepting some risk was part of the job. The flight from Fort Worth to Dallas was short, less than 30 minutes. Air Force One landed at Love Field in Dallas at 11:38 a.m. Central Standard Time. Kennedy and Jacqueline descended from the aircraft, greeted by local officials and by crowds gathered along the fence. The weather was warm, sunny, perfect for the motorcade that would take them through downtown Dallas to the Trade Mart where Kennedy would speak at a luncheon. The motorcade was arranged in standard configuration: lead car with police and Secret Service, presidential limousine with Kennedy and Jacqueline and Texas Governor John Connally and his wife Nellie, follow-up cars with more Secret Service agents, press vehicles, additional local officials. The presidential limousine was a Lincoln Continental convertible, specially modified with jump seats, but the bulletproof bubble top was not installed because the weather was good, and Kennedy wanted to be visible to the crowds. The route took the motorcade through downtown Dallas, along Main Street where crowds lined the sidewalks, through Dealey Plaza toward the Trade Mart. Kennedy was in good spirits, waved to the crowds, appreciated the enthusiastic reception, seemed pleased that Dallas was providing a warmer welcome than expected. Jacqueline, wearing a pink suit and pillbox hat, was at his side, smiled at the crowds, participated in the carefully choreographed public performance that presidential couples were expected to provide. The motorcade turned from Main Street onto Houston Street at 12:29 p.m., then made a sharp left turn onto Elm Street, passing the Texas School Book Depository, a 7-story warehouse building that overlooked Dealey Plaza. The motorcade slowed for the turn, travelled down the slight slope of Elm Street toward an underpass, moving away from the downtown crowds toward the less populated area leading to the Trade Mart. At 12:30 p.m., as the motorcade passed the book depository, shots rang out. The sound was sharp, loud, initially mistaken by some for firecrackers or a motorcycle backfire. But it was gunfire. Kennedy raised his hands to his throat, having been hit by a bullet that entered his upper back and exited through his throat. Governor Connally, seated in front of Kennedy, was also hit. The same bullet or a second shot striking him in the back, shattering a rib, exiting his chest, passing through his wrist and lodging in his thigh. For a moment the motorcade continued, Secret Service agents uncertain about what was happening, whether the sounds were shots or something else, where they were coming from, what they should do. Then a third shot struck Kennedy in the head, the impact catastrophic, destroying much of his skull, spattering blood and brain matter across the limousine, across Jacqueline, across the trunk of the car. Kennedy's body slumped toward Jacqueline, clearly mortally wounded beyond any help that medical intervention could provide. The limousine accelerated. Secret Service agent Clint Hill jumped onto the back of the car, pushed Jacqueline back into her seat, shielded the President and Mrs. Kennedy with his own body as the car sped toward Parkland Memorial Hospital 4 miles away. The motorcade raced through Dallas streets, motorcycles clearing traffic, the limousine carrying a dying president and his traumatized wife, arriving at Parkland at 12:36 p.m., 6 minutes after the shooting. Doctors and nurses rushed to the emergency room, worked desperately to save Kennedy, but the wound was unsurvivable. The bullet had destroyed too much of his brain, had caused damage that was incompatible with life. They performed emergency procedures, tracheotomy, chest compressions, blood transfusions, more to demonstrate that everything possible had been done than with any realistic hope of success. Kennedy showed no signs of life, no brain activity, no response to treatment. At 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 30 minutes after the shooting, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy was pronounced dead. Dr. Malcolm Perry, who had tried to save him, emerged from the trauma room and informed the assembled officials, Secret Service agents and staff that the president was gone. The news spread through the hospital, through Dallas, through the nation within minutes, transmitted by television and radio, shocking a country that had not seriously considered that its young president could be killed, that violence could reach into the heart of American political life. Jacqueline, her pink suit stained with her husband's blood, refused to change clothes, refused to leave his side, remained with his body as it was placed in a coffin, as arrangements were made to return to Washington. "Let them see what they've done," she reportedly said about the blood-stained clothes, wanting the world to witness the violence, to confront the reality of what had happened in Dallas. Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who had been 2 cars behind Kennedy in the motorcade, was rushed to Air Force One at Love Field, was sworn in as president at 2:38 p.m. while the plane was still on the ground, with Jacqueline standing beside him in her blood-stained suit. The ceremony captured in a famous photograph that documented the violent transfer of power. The plane then took off, carrying Kennedy's body, the traumatized widow, and the new president back to Washington, back to a capital that was trying to comprehend what had happened, back to a nation in shock. The morning had begun with routine political activities, with presidential speeches and handshakes and the ordinary business of democratic governance. It ended with a president dead, killed by gunfire in an American city, his presidency terminated by violence, his promises unfulfilled, his potential unrealized. The morning of November 22nd, 1963 was the last morning of Camelot, the end of the Kennedy presidency, the moment when the 60s turned dark, when American innocence was shattered, when the future that had seemed so bright suddenly became uncertain and frightening. Chapter 23. Dealey Plaza. The investigation into President Kennedy's assassination began within minutes of the shooting and would continue for years, producing millions of pages of documents, countless theories and speculations, and controversy that has never been fully resolved. The official conclusion, reached by the Warren Commission established by President Johnson to investigate the assassination, was that Lee Harvey Oswald, a former Marine who had defected to the Soviet Union and returned to the United States, acted alone in killing Kennedy, firing 3 shots from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. Oswald was arrested approximately 80 minutes after the shooting, initially for the murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit, who had been shot in the Oak Cliff neighborhood of Dallas around 1:15 p.m. Oswald had left the book depository shortly after the shooting, had taken a bus and then a taxi to his rooming house, had retrieved a revolver, had then shot Tippit when the officer approached him on the street. Witnesses identified Oswald. Police arrested him in a nearby theatre where he'd taken refuge, and subsequent investigation linked him to the Kennedy assassination. A rifle, a Mannlicher Carcano bolt-action rifle with a scope, was found on the 6th floor of the book depository, along with 3 spent shell casings. The rifle was traced to Oswald, who had purchased it by mail order earlier in the year. Fingerprints on the rifle and on boxes arranged as a sniper's nest in the 6th floor window matched Oswald's. Witnesses placed Oswald in the building at the time of the shooting. The physical evidence linking Oswald to the assassination was substantial, even overwhelming. But Oswald never stood trial, never testified, never explained his actions or his motives. On November 24th, 2 days after Kennedy's assassination, as Oswald was being transferred from Dallas Police Headquarters to the county jail, a nightclub owner named Jack Ruby stepped from the crowd of reporters and police officers in the basement and shot Oswald in the abdomen at point-blank range. The shooting was broadcast live on television, witnessed by millions, an additional act of violence compounding the trauma of Kennedy's assassination. Oswald died at Parkland Memorial Hospital, the same hospital where Kennedy had died, at 1:07 p.m., approximately 48 hours after the president's death. Ruby was arrested, claimed he had acted to spare Jacqueline Kennedy the pain of a trial, was convicted of murder, died in prison in 1967 while appealing his conviction. His shooting of Oswald eliminated the possibility of learning directly from the assassin what had motivated the killing, whether Oswald had acted alone or as part of a conspiracy, what he had hoped to achieve. The Warren Commission, led by Chief Justice Earl Warren and including several senators and congressmen, conducted a massive investigation, interviewed hundreds of witnesses, reviewed physical evidence, produced an 800-page report concluding that Oswald had acted alone, that there was no credible evidence of conspiracy, that the assassination resulted from the actions of a disturbed individual rather than from organized plot. The report was released in September 1964, 10 months after the assassination. But the Warren Commission's conclusions satisfied few people. Doubts and questions multiplied, conspiracy theories proliferated, alternative explanations emerged. Critics pointed to inconsistencies in witness testimony, to photographic evidence that seemed to contradict the single assassin theory, to Oswald's connections to anti-Castro Cuban exiles, and to organized crime figures, to possible motives for killing Kennedy that various groups might have had. The theories implicated the CIA, the FBI, the Mafia, anti-Castro Cubans, the Soviet Union, Lyndon Johnson, the military-industrial complex, and various combinations of these actors. The physical setting of the assassination, Dealey Plaza, became contested ground. The plaza was a small triangular park at the west end of downtown Dallas, bounded by 3 streets, Main, Elm, and Commerce, with the Texas School Book Depository on one side and a grassy knoll on the other. Some witnesses reported hearing shots from the grassy knoll rather than from the book depository, reported seeing smoke or people in positions that might have allowed additional shooters. The possibility of multiple gunmen firing from different locations became central to conspiracy theories. The autopsy of Kennedy's body, conducted at Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland on the evening of November 22nd, was controversial. The doctors performing the autopsy were not experienced in forensic pathology, did not document all procedures thoroughly, made errors in describing wounds and trajectories. Photographs and X-rays from the autopsy became subjects of intense scrutiny and debate, with critics arguing that the medical evidence did not support the Warren Commission's conclusions about the number and direction of shots. The Zapruder film, a 26-second home movie filmed by Abraham Zapruder from a position on the grassy knoll, provided the most complete visual record of the assassination. The film showed Kennedy being hit by the first shot, then showed the fatal headshot, captured the horror in graphic detail. Analysis of the film became central to debates about the shooting, with different experts reaching different conclusions about bullet trajectories, about the number of shots, about whether Kennedy's head movement after the fatal shot indicated that the bullet came from behind or from in front. In the decades following the assassination, multiple additional investigations were conducted. The House Select Committee on Assassinations, which reported in 1978, concluded that Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy, though it could not identify co-conspirators beyond Oswald. The Assassination Records Review Board, established in the 1990s, released millions of pages of previously classified documents, providing new information but not resolving fundamental questions about whether Oswald acted alone. The truth about what happened in Dealey Plaza remains contested, probably will remain contested indefinitely. The physical evidence points to Oswald as the shooter, firing from the book depository, acting alone, but doubts persist. Questions remain unanswered. Anomalies in the evidence suggest possibilities that cannot be entirely dismissed. The assassination has become one of the defining mysteries of the 20th century, a Rorschach test onto which people project their beliefs about government, about power, about the capacity for evil in institutions and individuals. What is certain is that President Kennedy was killed, that his death was violent and public, that it traumatized a nation and ended a presidency that had promised much and that had achieved some things but that had not fulfilled its potential. Whether he was killed by a lone disturbed individual or by conspirators working together, the result was the same. A president dead at age 46, 1,000 days in office ending in gunfire, a future foreclosed, a family shattered, a nation forced to confront the violence at the heart of its political culture. Chapter 24. Arlington. The days following the assassination were a blur of ritual and mourning, of state ceremony and private grief, of a nation trying to process collective trauma through the familiar patterns of funeral and burial, through the reassertion of continuity and order after the chaos of Dallas. Jacqueline Kennedy, though devastated, took control of the arrangements, determined that her husband's funeral would be worthy of his office, that it would rival the great state funerals of history, that it would provide the nation with the ceremony and meaning it needed. She looked to the funeral of Abraham Lincoln for inspiration, to the precedents of presidential mourning established a century earlier when another president had been assassinated, when the nation had grieved another leader killed at the height of his powers. She wanted the funeral to be grand, solemn, accessible to ordinary Americans who needed to participate in the mourning, to feel connected to the tragedy, to say goodbye to a president who had inspired them, even if they had not agreed with all his policies. Kennedy's body lay in repose in the East Room of the White House on November 23rd, the coffin closed, the room decorated with black crepe, honor guards maintaining vigil. Family members, close friends, and officials paid their respect privately, viewed the coffin, tried to comprehend the reality of Kennedy's death. Jacqueline insisted on viewing her husband's body, on seeing him one final time despite the devastating wounds, on maintaining connection even in death. On November 24th, the coffin was moved to the Capitol Rotunda, carried on a horse-drawn caisson through the streets of Washington, accompanied by a military procession, followed by the Kennedy family walking behind the caisson as Lincoln's family had walked. Hundreds of thousands lined the streets, stood silently, wept, paid respect to the fallen president. The procession moved slowly, solemnly, the only sounds the clip-clop of horses' hooves, the muffled drums, the sobbing of mourners. The coffin was placed on the Lincoln catafalque in the rotunda, the same platform that had held Lincoln's coffin in 1865. Eulogies were delivered by congressional leaders, by Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, who spoke of what might have been, of the promise unfulfilled, of the future lost. The rotunda was open to the public, and Americans filed through for hours, for the entire night, 250,000 people waiting in lines that stretched for miles, wanting to pay respects, to be part of the mourning, to witness history. November 25th, Kennedy's 46th birthday was the funeral. The coffin was carried from the Capitol back to the White House, then to St. Matthew's Cathedral for a funeral mass, then to Arlington National Cemetery for burial. The procession was elaborate, carefully choreographed, broadcast live on television, watched by millions in America and around the world. Leaders from over 90 nations attended, including Charles de Gaulle, Haile Selassie, Golda Meir, representing the global respect and grief that Kennedy's death had generated. Jacqueline, dressed in black, wearing a mourning veil, walked with dignity and composure that awed observers, maintained control despite unbearable grief, provided the nation with an image of courage and grace under the most difficult circumstances imaginable. Her children, Caroline age 5 and John Jr. age 3, were with her. Caroline old enough to understand something terrible had happened. John Jr. too young to comprehend but old enough to participate in the farewell to a father he barely knew. The moment that became iconic, that captured the tragedy and the loss most poignantly, came as the caisson carrying Kennedy's coffin passed on the street outside the cathedral. John Jr., prompted by his mother, saluted his father's coffin, a small boy in a short coat raising his hand in a gesture he had seen but did not fully understand, honouring a father who would never return. The image was photographed, was broadcast globally, became one of the defining images of the 20th century, symbolising innocence confronting loss, childhood facing the incomprehensible reality of death. The burial at Arlington was on a hillside overlooking Washington, a plot selected by Jacqueline, a place of beauty and prominence where Kennedy would rest among other American heroes, and where visitors could come to pay respects. The grave was marked by an eternal flame lit by Jacqueline, burning continuously as a memorial to the fallen president. The flame was symbolic, romantic, reminiscent of eternal flames at memorials in France and elsewhere, a public assertion that Kennedy's memory would endure, that his life and his death would continue to matter. The funeral was magnificent, was everything Jacqueline had wanted, provided the nation with the ritual and ceremony it needed to process grief, to mark the transition, to assert continuity despite catastrophic loss. But it could not answer the questions that haunted everyone. Why had this happened? Who was responsible? What did it mean? The funeral could memorialize Kennedy but could not explain his death, could honor his life but could not restore what had been lost. In the days and weeks following the funeral, Americans tried to return to normal life, to go back to work, to resume routines, to continue living despite the trauma. But the assassination had changed something fundamental, had shattered assumptions about safety and stability, had introduced violence and chaos into the heart of American political life. The confidence of the early 60s, the optimism that Kennedy had embodied and encouraged, was gone, replaced by doubt and fear, by the sense that the country was becoming unmoored, that the future was uncertain in ways it had not been before. The martyred president was already becoming a myth, his actual record and his human flaws being forgotten or minimized, his image being polished into something more heroic and more tragic than the reality had been. The process of creating the Kennedy legend had begun, transforming a complex and flawed man into a symbol of what might have been, of potential tragically cut short, of youth and vigor destroyed by violence. The legend would grow over the decades, would shape how Americans remembered the 60s, would create a nostalgia for Camelot that was partly genuine and partly constructed, that mixed memory with imagination, that created a past that was more perfect than the reality had ever been. But beneath the myth was a real man, now buried on a hillside in Arlington, his presidency ended by an assassin's bullet, his future erased, his potential unfulfilled. What he might have accomplished, how his presidency would have developed, what he would have done about Vietnam or civil rights or any of the other challenges he faced. These questions could never be answered, would remain speculation forever, would be debated endlessly without resolution. Jack Kennedy was gone, only memory and argument remained. Chapter 25. Legacy and Legend. The Kennedy presidency lasted 1,036 days, less than 3 years, a brief administration that nonetheless left an outsized impact on American politics and culture. The assessment of Kennedy's legacy has been complicated by his assassination, by the tendency to romanticize what was lost, to imagine that he would have solved problems that actually might have defeated him, to credit him with wisdom that he might or might not have developed if given more time. The actual record of the Kennedy presidency is mixed. His accomplishments were real but limited. He successfully managed the Cuban Missile Crisis, preventing nuclear war through restraint and negotiation, demonstrating leadership at the most critical moment of his presidency. He committed the United States to the moon landing, setting in motion a program that succeeded within his decade deadline and that demonstrated American technological capability. He took important first steps on civil rights, proposing legislation that would be enacted after his death, positioning the Democratic Party as the party of racial equality. He established the Peace Corps, created a program that sent American volunteers to developing countries, embodied the idealism and service ethic that Kennedy had called for. But Kennedy also failed in significant ways. The Bay of Pigs invasion was a catastrophic misjudgment that emboldened America's adversaries and weakened Kennedy's credibility. His handling of Vietnam was indecisive, allowed American involvement to deepen without clear strategy or endgame, set the stage for the disaster that would consume his successor. His progress on civil rights was slow and reluctant, motivated more by political necessity than by moral passion, significant only in comparison to the inaction of previous administrations. His domestic legislative achievements were modest. His proposals for Medicare and federal aid to education and tax reform stalled in Congress, awaiting political capital he never had time to accumulate. Kennedy's greatest impact may have been cultural rather than political, symbolic rather than substantive. He and Jacqueline brought glamour and youth to the White House, presented an image of sophistication and style that contrasted with the staid atmospheres of previous administrations. They invited artists and intellectuals to White House dinners, celebrated excellence in arts and sciences, suggested that government could attract the best and brightest, that public service was noble rather than merely necessary. The image was carefully constructed, was partly illusion, but it was also inspiring, made politics seem exciting rather than boring, made government seem worthy of talented people's commitment. The Kennedy style, the press conferences where he displayed wit and mastery of detail, the speeches that inspired rather than merely informed, the image of vigour and energy despite chronic illness, established a model for political leadership that subsequent presidents have emulated or been judged against. Kennedy understood television, used it effectively to communicate directly with Americans, created intimate connection through the camera that earlier presidents had not achieved. He was the first television president, the first whose image mattered as much as his words, the first whose personality and appearance were integral to his political effectiveness. But the Kennedy legend has also obscured truths about the man and his presidency. His health problems were far worse than the public knew. Required medications including steroids and amphetamines that may have affected his judgment. Created physical limitations that he hid behind carefully staged public appearances. His personal life included frequent infidelities, reckless behavior with women including sharing a mistress with a mafia boss, conduct that would have destroyed his presidency if revealed, that demonstrated poor judgment and moral weakness. His father's wealth and connections were essential to his political success, brought opportunities and advantages that were presented as personal merit, created a false narrative of self-made achievement. The family itself, the Kennedy dynasty that Joseph Sr. had worked to create, proved tragically flawed. Jack's assassination in 1963 was followed by Bobby's assassination in 1968, while campaigning for the presidency, by Ted Kennedy's involvement in the Chappaquiddick incident in 1969 that ended his presidential prospects, by various scandals and tragedies involving Kennedy children and grandchildren. The family that had seemed blessed by fortune proved cursed by violence and dysfunction, by inability to escape the patterns of behavior that Joseph Sr. had instilled and that had produced political success but personal disaster. The question of what Kennedy might have accomplished if he had lived, if he had won re-election in 1964, if he'd served a full 8 years, remains speculation. Supporters believe he would have withdrawn from Vietnam, would have achieved civil rights legislation earlier, would have managed the Cold War more effectively than Johnson did, would have preserved the Progressive Coalition and prevented the conservative backlash of the 1970s and 80s. Critics argue that Kennedy would have faced the same pressures Johnson faced, would have made similar decisions, that his policies would have led to similar outcomes, that the difference between Kennedy and Johnson was more stylistic than substantive. The truth is unknowable. Kennedy's presidency was ended before its direction was fully established, before his skills and limitations were fully tested, before the consequences of his decisions were fully revealed. He died young, at the height of his powers, before age and failure could diminish him, before the compromises and disappointments that wear down all long-serving leaders could damage his reputation. The assassination froze him in time, preserved him at a moment of promise, prevented reality from catching up with image. The Kennedy legacy is thus partly real achievement, partly missed opportunity, partly manufactured myth. He was a consequential president who made important decisions and who set in motion changes that shaped America for decades. But he was also a flawed human being whose presidency was brief and whose actual accomplishments were limited. The gap between what he achieved and what he is remembered for achieving is substantial, reflects the power of martyrdom to transform reputation, demonstrates how assassination can create legends that obscure more than they reveal. Historians have grappled with the Kennedy presidency for 6 decades, have tried to separate reality from myth, have debated his ranking among presidents, have argued about whether his reputation is deserved or inflated. The consensus has shifted over time, from the immediate hagiography after his death to more critical assessments in the 1970s and 80s to more balanced evaluations in recent decades. He is generally ranked as an above-average president, significant for his handling of the Cuban Missile Crisis and for his symbolic leadership, but not in the highest tier, not comparable to Washington or Lincoln or Franklin Roosevelt. But the rankings matter less than the memory, less than the way Kennedy shaped how Americans thought about leadership and about themselves. He represented possibility, represented the belief that young, energetic leadership could solve problems, that America's best days were ahead rather than behind, that the nation could meet any challenge if it had the will and the commitment. That belief was naive, was disproven by the failures and tragedies that followed his death, but it was also powerful, inspired a generation, created movements and commitments that outlived the man who articulated them. The Kennedy presidency, brief and incomplete, remains a subject of fascination because it represents what might have been, because it was interrupted before its promise could be fulfilled or its limitations fully exposed, because the assassination created a wound in American memory that has never healed. Jack Kennedy was president for 1,000 days, died at 46, was buried on a hillside overlooking the Capitol he had led. His presidency was both more and less than the legend suggests, was real achievement and missed opportunity, was human failure and transcendent vision. What remains is the record, incomplete and contested, and the memory, powerful and enduring, of a president whose life and death shaped an era and whose absence has been felt ever since. On a hillside in Arlington National Cemetery, overlooking the Potomac River and the city of Washington beyond, a flame burns continuously. It has burned since November 25, 1963, when Jacqueline Kennedy lit it during her husband's burial, when she stood beside the fresh grave of a president killed 3 days earlier, when she participated in rituals that were supposed to provide closure, but that instead marked the beginning of decades of questions and grief and argument about what was lost when Jack Kennedy died. The grave is simple, a flat marker in the ground, Kennedy's name and dates, the eternal flame in its bronze holder, a semicircle of granite stones inscribed with quotations from his inaugural address. Nearby are the graves of his 2 infant children who died before and after his presidency, and the grave of his brother Bobby, assassinated in 1968, lying beside Jack in death as he had stood beside him in life. The Kennedy graves are among the most visited sites in Arlington, attract millions of visitors annually, remain places of pilgrimage for those who remember the Kennedy years or who want to connect with that moment in American history. What do visitors seek when they come to Arlington to stand before Kennedy's grave? Some seek connection to history, want to be in the presence of someone who shaped events, who led during crucial years, who made decisions that affected millions. Some seek to honor a fallen leader, to show respect for service and sacrifice, to acknowledge that Kennedy gave his life to his country, even if his death was murder rather than willing sacrifice. Some seek understanding, hope that proximity to Kennedy's resting place might provide insight into questions that remain unanswered, might reveal what was lost, might explain why the assassination still matters 6 decades later. But the grave cannot answer questions, cannot explain Kennedy's assassination or his legacy, cannot resolve debates about what he achieved and what he might have achieved. The flame burns, silent and eternal, marking a death but not explaining it, honoring a man but not judging him, symbolizing memory but not providing meaning. What meaning exists must be constructed by those who visit, by those who remember or who study or who imagine what the Kennedy presidency represented. The Kennedy years are often called Camelot, after the musical that was popular during the presidency, after the legendary kingdom where King Arthur and his knights pursued noble quests, and where for one brief shining moment everything was perfect. Before tragedy intervened, Jacqueline Kennedy encouraged this comparison in the weeks after the assassination, told journalist Theodore White that Jack had loved the musical, that he'd identified with the idealism it represented, that he'd wanted his presidency to embody the values of honor and service and commitment to great purposes. The Camelot metaphor is romantic, idealized, deliberately nostalgic. It suggests a golden age, a time when leadership was noble and purpose was clear, when America was united and confident, when the future seemed bright. But the metaphor is also misleading, obscures the reality of the Kennedy presidency, the conflicts and failures and human limitations that characterize those 3 years. Camelot was fiction, was legend, was a story about an imagined past. The Kennedy presidency was real, was messy and complex and incomplete, was human rather than legendary. What remains when we strip away the legend, when we look at the record without the distortions of martyrdom and memory? We find a presidency that managed the Cuban Missile Crisis successfully, that avoided nuclear war through restraint and wisdom, that demonstrated that leadership matters most when stakes are highest. We find initial steps towards civil rights progress, tentative and reluctant but ultimately significant, that helped begin the transformation of American society from racial apartheid toward equality. We find commitment to space exploration, to ambitious goals that inspired and that were achieved that demonstrated American capability and vision, we also find failures: the Bay of Pigs, the deepening involvement in Vietnam, the slow response to civil rights demands, the gap between inspiring rhetoric and limited legislative achievement. We find personal flaws, the health problems hidden from the public, the marital infidelities, the reckless behavior that could have compromised security, the reliance on family wealth and connections that made success possible, but that also made it less impressive as personal achievement. But we also find something less tangible but perhaps more important. We find hope, the belief that politics could be noble, that leadership could inspire, that young energy could solve old problems, that America's best days were ahead. That hope was naive, was disproven by events that followed Kennedy's death, was shown to be unrealistic by the failures and tragedies of the later 60s and 70s, but it was also real, was felt by millions, inspired commitment and service and sacrifice that produced tangible goods. The Peace Corps volunteers, the civil rights workers, the space program engineers, the young people who entered politics believing they could make a difference. Jack Kennedy was not a saint, was not a perfect president, was not the ideal leader that the legend suggests. He was a talented politician who reached the presidency through determination and family resources, who governed for barely 1,000 days before being killed, who accomplished some things and failed at others, who was both more and less than his reputation suggests. He was ambitious and pragmatic, idealistic and cynical, inspiring and calculating, capable of greatness and of pettiness. His death at 46, violent and public and shocking, transformed him into something he never was in life: a symbol, a martyr, a figure around whom people could project their hopes and their grief, their beliefs about what America should be. The assassination made it impossible to evaluate Kennedy's presidency fairly, made him immune to normal criticism, created a legend that obscures as much as it reveals. But beneath the legend was a real person who lived a real life, who struggled with illness and pain, who competed with his brothers for his father's approval, who was shaped by privilege and expectation, who entered politics not entirely by choice, but because family obligation demanded it, who discovered that he had talents for the work, who rose through ambition and effort and luck to the presidency, who led during dangerous times, who made some good decisions and some bad ones, who died before his work was finished. The eternal flame burns at Arlington, will burn for as long as America remembers its 35th president. But what the flame commemorates is not just a man or a presidency, but a moment, a brief period when hope seemed justified, when the future seemed bright, when Americans believed that vigorous young leadership could solve problems and achieve great things. That moment passed, was destroyed by an assassin's bullet, was followed by years of war and division and disillusionment. But the memory of the moment remains, persists in American consciousness, continues to inspire even though we know that the promise was never fully real, that Camelot was always partly fiction. What remains is not the man. He is gone, buried on a hillside beyond recall or resurrection. What remains is the idea of what leadership can be, the example of grace under pressure, the words that still inspire, the commitment to ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. What remains is the belief that politics matters, that leadership makes a difference, that individuals can shape history even if they cannot control it. Jack Kennedy lived for 46 years, led for 1,000 days, was killed on a sunny November afternoon in Dallas. His life was briefer than it should have been. His work was unfinished, his potential was unfulfilled, but he lived, he led, he mattered, and the flame burns still at Arlington, marking the place where he rests, honouring what he was and what he might have been, reminding those who visit that leadership is precious, that life is fragile, that what we build can be destroyed in an instant, but that what we create, ideas, commitments, inspiration, can endure beyond death. The story ends in Dallas, in violence and trauma and unanswered questions. But the memory endures, the legacy persists, the argument continues. Jack Kennedy was president, shaped history, died too young. What he accomplished and what he might have accomplished, what he was and what he could have been, what was lost when he died. These questions remain, will always remain, are part of what makes his brief presidency significant. The flame burns, the questions persist, and the young president who promised so much lies at rest on a hillside, silent now but remembered.